I've been home for almost a month and a half, almost 2, and Jay called me like, I believe in you, I trust you. And Coach Ben called, Ron Ryan was like, we got faith in you, come help us win, and I'm appreciative of it.
Looking, when you guys studied this week and prepared for this Giants offense, what did you see from this offense that made you think that you could possibly have a big day like you did today?
Very dangerous offense. They're running high, winning the last 2 of the 6 with Jackson Dart. Really should have been 3 of the 6. Well, those guys are a great group, and this game was really about laser focus and locked in, and I think this week being locked in and being focused on the details and coaches being only about the small things made me have a good game today.
2 weeks in a row, you guys have pulled through in the fourth quarter. You've been a part of a lot of successful teams throughout your career. How does this enable you guys to build?
Then the receiver. Giants need the Bears 44 to. Giants need the Bears 44 to keep this thing alive. It is 4th down and 10. 4 defensive backs at 24-20. With a win here in Chicago, they have it right now at 24-20. Takes the snap, takes a knee, and Caleb Williams has now directed his. Caleb Williams had his career 4th quarter comeback. The Bears were down 20-10 with 10:19 to go in the 4th quarter, and they come up with the last 2 scoring drives. Williams to Adunze on a 2-yard pass. Williams with an heroic 17-yard run for the win.
It's like that last catch by Luther Burden. He had a defender on him immediately. That second defender came in to strip the ball. That's something that's coached to these guys by Antoine Randall about make sure that you practice ball security. And that was an example of it right there. So, congratulations to the assistant coaches and the way they factor in the outcome of the team.
Yeah, this is the type of game that's going to really elevate the profile of what Caleb Williams is doing. It's how they're doing it. They're winning when things look the bleakest. He's pulling things out of the fire. And the offense for a 2nd straight week has done something very special to get themselves in a win column. And 6-3 looks very, very enticing.
Well, you start looking at the actual game plan in the game on Wednesday when they get the first injury report. You look at the injury report, and there's, double-digit amount of guys on there. So you really don't know what they're going to be able to contribute maybe up until Saturday. So there's no certainty in any time you're ever putting together a game plan or imagining who's going to play how many snaps. Last week it was Kyle Monangai. Today it was DeAndre Swift. So I just admire that all of these guys are prepared for whatever their role is going to be on game day.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll have some final thoughts before we turn it over to Peggy and Yurko for the post-game coverage. We'll hear from Ben Johnson, and, of course, Caleb Williams will be with J-Mac later on as well. Bears win it 24-20. They've won 6 out of 7, and they have won in a fashion in which now we're becoming quite used to. But living on the edge, oh, my goodness. Our hearts are all racing, Bears fans. The win is in the column. And we're ready to go to Minnesota next week on the Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
We have a website to compare multiple plans and prices in one place, and people who can help you for free community-based navigators and brokers certified by the state.
And we have live customer service.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires.
Bell Tire.
See belltire.com for details.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hear the playmakers and the coaches first. Postgame is next. ESPN Chicago.
Bears put together 142 yards and 14 points in the fourth quarter against a team that gives up the most points in the fourth quarter. They took advantage of their opportunities when they created them. I'll say that. And one was created for them with a poor punt to shank by Jamie Gillen of 27 yards that just served it up on a silver platter for the Bears to take advantage. And that's exactly what they did. Caleb took things in his own hands to finish the drive of 17 yards and the win, 24-20, Tommy.
In his own legs. Because the way he had those two late quarterback scrambles, when you think that, we talked about the fatigue factor and everything, but he looked fresh as a daisy, and he tacked the goal line like he was combination running back and, just the quickest guy in the field. And the end results of both of those quarterback scrambles were enormous.
What else impacts you today? I know Dart did not finish what he started, and he was really good. He was good today.
Yeah, I thought the defense initially, they really took away their run game. So Jackson Dart had to do something special just to ignite their sidelines or Brian Daboll, what he could get out of this offense. And then, they had a little bit of success throwing the ball and running the ball in the middle of the game. And then at the end of the game, the Bears defense ramped it back up. They took away the efficiency of their passing game, and they took away the running game as well. So, and I think Dennis Allen, again, was super creative in the way that he brought blitzers, who he brought blitzes, how he loaded the line of scrimmage, the thinking that he made the quarterback fight through, and they ended up having quality results because of it.
And the Bears get it 24-20. They go to 6-3. Right now, Minnesota about to get beat by Baltimore, and that is now final, 27-19. So that's good news for the Bears as well, with Green Bay and Philly playing on Monday night. Detroit and Washington to be starting shortly in that NFC North. So things are getting interesting in Chicago regarding your Chicago Bears. They are 6-3 after coming from behind again to beat the New York Giants. We'll turn it over now to Peggy and Yurko for the postgame show. Guys?
All right, JJ, thank you very much. This is getting to be like a broken record in a good way, if you like broken records, because the Bears are coming back in fourth quarters. You'd like to kind of see this happen a little bit earlier in the game instead of giving us all heart attacks in the final 6 minutes. But a nice job by Caleb Williams, once again, putting on his cape and leading the Bears to 2 touchdown drives in the fourth quarter.
I spent the better part of 2 hours and 55 minutes cussing at the television, swearing, upset at the way this team was playing. And then at the end of it, they put it together and found a way to win a football game. Thank heavens. Down 10, fourth quarter, limited time, limited possessions you were going to have, and they put it together. Find a way to punch it in for 2 touchdowns and win at home. The whole time belying, you can't believe this team is going to come back and lose at home. I can't believe this team's going to come back and lose at home. You've got to be able to. Bear weather, all the snow, everything. How can you sit there and drop the ball when you come home? Oh, and unfortunately for me, at the last 2 possessions, they scored 2 touchdowns and they end up winning a game. They're 6-3. Oh, dare I say, vaulting to the top of everything that's going on. I don't know if Minnesota has lost yet, but Minnesota further
that's a final.
Distances itself. It's 4-5, the disappointing Minnesota Vikings. You might as well start referring to them that way at 4-6. That's what they are. Is it 4-6? No, at 4-5, that's what they are.
4-5 right now, yep.
At 6-3, the Bears successful, along with the party, the toughest part of its schedule starting to come up. They've got Minnesota next week, but let's celebrate today. Let's celebrate what Caleb Johnson did. When the receivers were finally catching the football, they looked good. So let's celebrate when the wide receivers caught the ball. I don't think they gave up on the run game, but I think people know that the Bears can run the ball, and there's going to be a commitment out there to run it, and they're going to force Caleb to beat you. And fortunately, today, Caleb found a way to beat you. So good for them, good for the Bears. 6-3, like I said, I'm feeling perky, I'm feeling good. For 2 hours and 55 minutes, I didn't feel good. I had a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. But now I feel good, and you know what that means? The rest of the week, I get to feel good, too.
Let's give you some of the numbers here. Caleb Williams finishes 20 of 36 for 220 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 rushing touchdown as well. No interceptions, no sacks, although he was running for his life.
He was.
That defensive
pressures.
Line was after him. 12
pressures.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how many they had. And Thibodeau, I don't think, was 100% because he couldn't really move on the grass. Burns, I think Brian Burns, is that his name? Number 0, Agent 0.
Leads the NFL with 11 sacks.
He does, and it looked like he had a handful of opportunities today. Fortunately, he did not get to the quarterback. It'll be interesting to see what the grades are across the offensive line tomorrow when PFF comes out with some grades. We'll take a look at it, but the Bears did enough to find a way to win a football game. It's not going to work against the good teams. A good team's not going to allow that, not going to let that happen, but against bad teams, you're going to find a way to win, so why not? Let's go ahead and win. I wish the Bears were playing the NFC East. I mean, with victories against the Giants, the Commanders, and the Dallas Cowboys. I feel pretty good against those guys, I feel pretty good against those guys. Now we need some wins within the division to make everybody feel good about themselves. Minnesota's on deck. We got Green Bay a couple of times. Final game of the year, you know who we have. We have Detroit at home. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun the rest of the year. It's going to be fun. It guarantees at 6-3. We're going to have some fun the rest of the year. Are we not?
Absolutely. This is when the schedule gets tough. Listen, the Bears will never make excuses. You can only play the teams that are on your schedule. Yet their wins were coming against teams, or have come against teams, with losing records. The Giants, on the other hand, their losses all came against teams with winning records. So you knew that the Giants were a better team, A, when they're healthy, B, when they're playing well. Jackson Dart leaving the game was actually...
Thank heavens.
I was just going to say that.
It was a godsend.
Because
that's what it was, Peggy.
He was 19 of 29 for 242 yards when he left the game in concussion protocol. Sacked twice by the Bears. Russell Wilson comes in, finishes 3 of 7 for 45 yards, and he is sacked twice as well by the Bears. What a game, though, by C.J. Gardner Johnson. Picked up last week by the Bears, plays last week, gets his first sack, gets another sack today. He had a forced fumble last week, right?
Yep.
He got 2 sacks today.
Listen, nobody denies the fact that he can't play. He can't play. His problem has been
locker room.
Yes, that's his problem.
Issues.
He's got to
being
figure
a team player.
He's got to figure that out for himself. Does he want to be a part of the league? Does he want to be cashing these big checks, or does he want to prove himself in the locker room? Well, I'd rather collect the checks, and I'd rather be part of the team, part of a winning thing, a winning combination, whatever's going on. Yeah, so hopefully he doesn't get too full of himself and he continues to play at the level that he's playing. Fantastic. It's great. But he's his own worst enemy. And as soon as he can get out of his own way and he grows up a little bit, which I believe he's done. When you're sitting at home and you're not playing, I believe you got to grow up, whether you like it or not. And the fact that they've been able to find him, Dennis Allen said, listen, I vouch for the kid. He can play. He's got skill, and he's been able to come in here and be an impact player. So good. And you know what? It took catastrophic injuries at that position for them finally get to a point where they said, you know what? Yeah, we don't have a choice. We got to go. We got to get him. And then he's come in here, and he's basically become the starter, has he not?
Yes.
He's become the starter, and he's playing.
Well, and it was needed because Tyreek Stevenson and Nashawn Wright early in the game gave up double-digit explosive plays in the defensive secondary. And it was starting to look like it was going to be Darius Slayton single-handedly beating the Bears along with Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
So
it went from that, and then Robinson started catching every ball that was out there, 17.
And then Theo Johnson. But the Bears have struggled against tight ends. They have struggled defending the tight end in many of their games this year. And when T.J. Edwards is not playing, that's a big difference in the middle of the field.
If T.J. Edwards, again, and again, trying to watch him cover the running back last week was comical. T.J. Edwards, because it looked like he was not moving at the same speed that the running back was moving. But Sewell's got to figure it out a little bit. Young, inexperienced. He gets fired in there. On the Jackson Dart touchdown, he's dropping in coverage when the guard's pulling in front of his face. And they're kind of, and you see the other linebackers and the other linemen kind of reacting to the fact that they're going to run that little the old play where they're pulling the guy and they're kicking out. You see other people reacting to it, and he's still dropping in coverage and nowhere to be found when he's the guy that's got to come over the top to help make the tackle. So there's a couple of things that Noah Sewell did that would leave you to be concerned. But, I mean, he's not a young player theoretically, but as a starting linebacker,
inexperienced.
He is inexperienced.
Yes.
And you know what? You got to grow up.
Yeah.
I'm not being critical of the young man. I'm just saying you've got to grow up and you've got to start seeing things. And unfortunately, during the NFL season, it's a tough place to grow up. But whether you like it or not, you either sink or swim. So let's swim and let's not sink as much as you did today.
The Bears defense gives up 287 yards receiving to the New York Giants. Darius Slayton with 89 yards. Theo Johnson, again, the tight end, beating up on the Bears as well. But now let's head back to Jeff and Tom at the Hyundai broadcast booth for their interview with, I'm guessing Ben Johnson said, find a way to win and look out when it comes to the effing fourth quarter, JJ.
Yes, he does. That's his belief indeed. Resilience is another one. Ben, congrats on another win. You have us living on the edge. This is so much fun, we can't stand it. But how you feeling, my man?
Yeah, I'm ready to take a nap, man. This is it's exhausting for all of us, I think. But no, really proud of the guys. I thought we needed all 60 minutes there, and really a credit to them. Once again, I feel like I'm a broken record here. I told them that in the locker room. It's just same story another week where, you know, we have ups, we have downs. It's not a pretty game, and yet we find a way at the end. So credit to them.
I guess there is a thing such as darkest before the dawn, right? You're down there in the fourth, but when you see the numbers that Caleb and company put together, what the defense managed to do to finish the job, but it's significant. And again, he's earning a reputation. I think this is the fifth time since week 18 that he's led a fourth quarter comeback.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job, and you know he's doing it with both his arms and his legs. You know, I think he's really ascending. I mean, the guys have a lot of faith in him, a lot of confidence, and you know I think the thing that stood out to me today, not just in the fourth quarter, was the fact that we gave up 0 sacks to a really good front. I mean, those guys are werewolves now. You know, like. Brian Burns is leading the league in sacks for a reason, and so I thought our offensive line did a phenomenal job as well.
I think there's a delineation here, too, because, yes, they did not give up a sack, but, my goodness, this man is unsackable right now.
He's a Houdini back there, you know? You're right. You're 100% right. He's pulling out all the magic tricks, and he's doing a great job.
Ben, when you're into that fourth quarter position and you get a 27-yard punt, does that change your play calling thoughts when you're thinking, okay, maybe this kid can bang it down deep, and he really gave you a midfield field position to start that drive?
Well, I mean, I kind of knew we had plenty of time, 2-minute warning still and timeouts for both sides. And so I was kind of thinking it was just, let's just play ball. You know, it's first and second down, and we don't have to go up tempo necessarily, but we got our runs, our play action, our movement. You know, we got everything. The whole playbook's available at that point. So I felt pretty good, and then the field position just helped us out.
You know, I really appreciate your assistant coaches because when you look at the injury report on Wednesday, you really don't know who and how long they're going to be valuable to you. And then it seems like everybody that gets an opportunity to play is ready. Like Monangai last week, and then you go to DeAndre Swift this week. So, you know, kudos to your all your position coaches to have every single guy ready at a moment's notice to go in there and really give an incredibly courageous effort.
There's no question about it. They do a great job getting these guys prepared. You know, we need the whole week to get it done too, because there's a lot of volume that goes into this thing, and so yeah, you're 100% right on that.
So the first time you come to Soldier Field as the head coach with these conditions, these weather conditions, does it factor into your thinking process of on fourth down whether to kick, punt, or try to go for it?
Well, I mean, we go through the pregame process and we get a good feel for where our kicker is making them from for the most part, and so we know what that line is, and so yeah, it does influence the play calling and the decision making 100%.
Okay.
What did you think of how Jackson Dart made things challenging today?
Man, he's going to be a good player in this league for a long time. I mean, he made it very difficult. He beat us with his arm, hit some explosives over our head there, and then his legs just, he's a very similar player to our guy. He's able to evade and elude and run with the ball a little bit. So, I give CJ a lot of credit for forcing that fumble. That really was a turning point in the game for me, at least. And I thought, when he left, I thought, oh shoot, now we got our chance.
Mm-hmm. And just talk about and introduce us to C.J. Gardner Johnson. He's a weapon that's being deployed and making big plays. That was just one of several today.
He said something to the team a little while ago. I gave him one of the game balls, and he just said, man, I was out of football. And I can relate to that now. You get that thing taken away from you, and you get a better appreciation for the people you're around and the opportunity that you have. And so I think he's just beyond grateful to be here. Huge part of this victory here today, obviously. And he brings this swagger and demeanor to our defense that, I think our guys are starting to gravitate to. So I love him.
Who else did you hand one out to?
Caleb, of course. Yeah, I thought the way he finished that game we wouldn't have won it without him. And so we'll have probably a couple more tomorrow as well, but those two guys stood out.
All right,
to me
last
today.
thing real quick, because I brought it up. Is this man fatigue?
You talking about Caleb?
Yeah, because when you're running all over the map and still throwing passes with as much zip on the ball as he does, is this a well-conditioned athlete here we're talking about?
I think he just gets stronger. He really does. He does a great job. He works on it during practice, and it shows up on game day for us.
All right, congratulations. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Bears are 6-3. Peggy and Yurko, have fun with it the rest of the ride.
JJ, thank you very much. The Ben Johnson interview is brought to you by Binny's Beverage Depot. Today's interview is always brought to you by Binny's, official champagne provider of Chicago Bears radio. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking. JJ, he just said Yurko, he just said exactly what you said before we went to the interview with the head coach, and that was C.J. Gardner Johnson was presented with the game ball today after 9 tackles, 2 sacks, a forced fumble. He told the guys, I was out of football. And he is so happy to be on a team. What a pickup this was for the Bears.
Yeah, you walk around your hometown or wherever you live and say, man, I should be there. I was there before. I don't know if I'll ever get an opportunity again. Then you do, and he's making the most of it. So good for him.
Pretty exciting comeback for Caleb Williams yet again. Trying to look up the numbers.
Can I give you a number?
Let me give you
love
something. It, yes.
Because there's critics out there. I've got buddies that are Viking fans. I got buddies that are Packer fans. And they all just kind of scoff at you. And you say, oh, yeah, they're 5-3 or whatever. Now they're 6-3, whatever. The fact is, though, they have beaten up on some of the dredges of the NFL. The record for all those teams combined that the Bears have beat is 15-40-1. Now, you're beating those teams, which is what you need to do. When they're on the schedule and they're not as good as you theoretically, you've got to beat them. You've got to make sure you get a victory against those teams, and don't apologize. I always tell everybody there's 4 great teams in this league. There's 4 terrible teams in this league. And then there's a mishmash of 24 teams that could beat anybody, they could beat each other on any single day. And you see that happening. You see New Orleans winning a crazy game today for some reason, you know. New England goes and beats Tampa in Tampa today. Buffalo goes down to Miami and gets its ass handed to it. You know, so, you know, anything can happen. Over the course of the year, you figure it out. The Bears are trying to build confidence in their football team. They're beating the bad teams, which is a good thing. And you move on. You just move on while you're trying to build confidence with your squad. You're trying to build a new culture with your squad. There'll be tougher games coming up on the schedule that will be a challenge for the Chicago Bears. Hopefully the Bears are going to be able to answer that challenge.
Finding confidence in this team comes with these fourth quarter comebacks and having confidence in their quarterback. Caleb was frustrated earlier in the day. In the game, you
drop
saw
passes. Yeah,
I mean, Olamide Zaccheaus had at least 3 catchable. Yep. I would have to really look at the passes again, but they were catchable balls.
He had a tough day.
Rome had 2 catchable balls.
Yeah.
And this is why when people say, you know, you want to be the number 1 receiver, you got to be the go-to guy. You got to catch those. You got to come down with those balls. When you see Darius Slayton come down with that 1 catch, that's a catch.
Yeah, hopefully Mr. Dunze could quit texting too. Romeo's
James?
Rome Dunze's dad.
Yeah.
You put the Twitter machine down for a while. Okay, he caught some balls. He got targeted early. The big catch that he needed to come down and make down by the sidelines on a little 7 pattern. That's the one you need. You're going to be a big dog receiver. You're going to be Mr. Hotshot. You're going to be the guy that wants to, you know, go around the world and say, hey, look at me. Data rock star. All right. You got to make that catch. That's the catch that you got to make. So
Roma Dunze was targeted 10 times, leading the Bears in targets after last week not having a single catch. He had 6 today for 86 yards, a touchdown. Colston Loveland, they went to the tight end in the second half, and he was targeted 4 times, caught all 4 balls his way for 55 yards.
Jeez.
And Luther Burden, boy, you know, they put him in there on some third down plays.
Luther. Yeah.
He comes up with the ball.
Is that big Luther or little Luther?
That's big Luther
Big
Burden.
Luther, yeah.
He caught all 3 targets his way, 51 yards, a huge catch late in the game that kept their drive alive. So it was a nice job by this team bouncing back after a first half offense that just could not sustain a drive. They really struggled to sustain a drive. Everybody was asking what was going to be the breakup with the run game, who was going to get the carries. They rushed 28 times today. DeAndre Swift 13 times, Caleb 8, and Kyle Monangai 7. Are you upset with that distribution?
Nope. No, I'm not upset at it at all.
Because if you're not getting the yards, are you going to? Everyone thought Kyle Monangai did not start. It was DeAndre Swift that got the first carry of the game.
You don't get replaced by injury. So either way, Swift gets out there. He gets his carries. He's somewhat productive at times. Monangai was productive at times. Caleb had to run the ball at times. And at the end of the day, he rushed for 2 touchdowns. So good for Caleb getting into the end zone. He could have thrown that ball to either one of 2 receivers that he ended up running in for the touchdown. But he saw that he might have had a little bit of blocking, and he did get some blocking. I give Cole Kmet credit and Colston Loveland credit.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, when they want to block, they can block.
OZ had a nice block on that touchdown run, too.
Yep. So guys are doing it. They're doing it for each other. They're willing to sacrifice for each other, and that's what you've got to be able to do.
Get the oxygen tank out, sit down, bring your blood pressure down. The Bears find another way to win.
6-3.
6-3 now on the season. Let's take a break. When we come back, we will hear from Cardiac Caleb when we come back, and we'll take your phone calls at 312-332-3776. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right, drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
As the big realtors keep serving their stockholders, we at Hearthside Realtors continue to serve the people in the Southside communities, just like we've been doing for 55 years. I'm Lenny File, and I'm ready to work for you. Whether you're buying your first home, new to the area, or if it's time to downsize, our diverse staff of real estate pros are here to help you every step of the way. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile.com. That's Lenny, F-E-I-L.com today. Hearthside is licensed in Illinois and Indiana.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. People need help. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
And we're here to help. With thousands of brokers certified by the state and hundreds of trained insurance guides, what we call navigators, available in communities across Illinois.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
Imagine having your skull detached from your spine to save you from paralysis. When Phil came to Northwestern Memorial Hospital, his spine was digging into his brainstem, but our team developed a plan to rebuild his spine.
Nationally ranked for neurology and neurosurgery by U.S. News and World Report, Northwestern Medicine is pioneering treatments for the toughest conditions. Incredibly, Phil was walking just days after surgery.
As Phil's nurse, I'm proud to be on a team that's changing lives.
Northwestern Medicine, better.
Here comes the boom, boom,
Welcome to the Great Clips postgame show on the Bears Radio Network. Brought to you by Great Clips. It's gonna be great. By Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, Dr. Pepper, and the Advantage Dealer Group. And now, the Great Clips postgame show on the Bears Radio Network. Here are your hosts, Peggy Kaczynski and John Yurkovich.
Caleb Williams with his fifth fourth quarter comeback leads the Bears once again in a cardiac win, and he is standing by right now with Jason McKee.
You're here with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. Caleb, another come from behind victory. What is it about the fourth quarter that just makes you guys, you and this offense, flip that switch?
Yeah, I think it's a collective. I wouldn't just say it's the offense. I think defense starts holding guys down, and suffocating guys. When it hits that late in the game, and so we're a team that preaches full 60 minutes. If there's more that's needed, we'll go do that too. But we preach full 60 minutes here, and so I think we've done a good job with that. Past couple of weeks, and obviously we got to find ways to score points early, fast. We got to put drives together, but we'll be better. But it's like I said, earlier today, it's better. It's better to come out with the victory and have to learn from those and be truthful with yourself with those rather than having a loss and having to fix whatever the case was throughout that day. And so I'm excited that we came out to win, but we got to get better.
Where does the poise come from? Time and time again, I see you come off the field, you go right to the bench, you and Coach Barrett look at the iPad, you go through the series or the previous drive, you go back out there and put it all on display. Where does that mindset and poise come from?
Yeah, I think it just comes from the preparation. I think it comes from the hard work, and I think it comes from that's the moment. And so when those moments come, it's time to step up to the plate and hit a home run. And so I think we do that as a collective. We got to keep doing that if that's what it takes. But like I said, we want to score points. The defense wants to hold them to, the least amount of points. The special teams wants to create explosive plays for us. And so we got to find ways to keep doing that as a team. We got to find ways to be better, like I said. But when it comes down to winning games in those moments, I think we're doing a good job as a collective.
You guys faced a very good Giants defensive front. We know they have Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, a lot of guys that can make plays. Talk about the problems this defensive front presented you guys offensively today.
Yeah, I think they got some guys over there, and so just being able to be conscious of that myself throughout the whole game, not allowing those guys to be able to affect the game. Getting the ball out of my hands, scrambling, trying to go get positive yards, make plays for the team, and so I think that was a conscious effort between play calling and myself, that making sure I'm not holding onto the ball and letting those guys create momentum for their team. And so, I think that's something that you have to be conscious of with those type of guys on the other side of the ball, and I think we did a good job with that today.
Last week you said you felt like Steph Curry on the game-winning play. This week you go 17 yards for the go-ahead score, the game winner. Talk about that play, and who did you feel like during that particular play?
The Steph Curry was more like for Colston of just go and get down, and then it turns into an oh yeah moment. And today was just another moment that I had to step up to the plate for the guys, whether it was completions, whether it was getting the ball out for the O line, whether it was just having a demeanor about myself of like I've said before, just being calm in those moments. I think it helps everybody not panicking and being the orchestrator in the huddle.
Last question. Talk about the confidence of this locker room. Last year, you guys have been in these moments before. You would have been on the other end of it. How confident are you guys right now, and how much is the belief in Coach Johnson right now?
Yeah, I back him all the way. We back him all the way. We have full belief in him, full faith in him and the coaching staff. And I think that's what shows when we go out there on game day and, we're down by 10, 14, whatever the case may be, 7-3 points. And, we have these game-winning drives, game-winning moments towards the end of the game. I think it's a collective. It's not just Coach Ben, but, a collective from all the coaches, the energy, the effort. And Coach said yesterday that it's going to take full 60 minutes for this game. And that's what it did. That's what happened.
Congratulations. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, J-Mac, thank you very much. Caleb Williams is Soldier Board 2 for the Bears. We used to think it was Devin Hester that did Superman in the end zone. It's Caleb Williams with another fourth-quarter comeback, his fifth fourth-quarter comeback of his career, and also his fifth game-winning drive since Week 18 of last season. Yurko, he instills confidence in this team. Even when things are not pretty, they're not going well, he still instills confidence. There's something about the spotlight in those game-winning drives.
The process of learning how to win takes time. And, we talked a lot about it last year of what do you need to do toward the end of games to be able to get things done. No penalties. Obviously, you don't want to backtrack. You don't want to have a great play. And when they ended up scoring that touchdown on the run, the first thing I was going, no penalties, no penalties, no penalties. You look for that little chyron to come up that says flag. And that's all I kept saying. They're all celebrating, but I'm just looking, because on a run like that, you kind of set up some awkward blocking positions for players where something crazy can happen, and it doesn't. And not having penalties, not having negative plays, not giving up sacks in those types of situations. I think a lot of credit goes to Caleb Williams and his ability to evade pass rushers because he utilized that today. And he looked good doing it, No longer spinning in circles in the pocket, just, like somebody that's lost, like Chicken Little in there.
Eyes downfield.
No more. Now he reverse pivots out. He gets out to the right, and he made some throws today that should have been caught that weren't caught early in the game. I think it was a team that was looking to build a little bit of rhythm. Because drop passes couldn't build rhythm. But at the end, in the fourth quarter, they hunkered down, they came together as a team, and they found a way to win the game. And guess what? When somebody scores to win the game, everybody scores to win the game. Doesn't matter who scores. Whoever scores, you end up winning the game. That's the important thing. You're 6-3. You get to walk around with your chest out. You get to walk into a restaurant, where people look at you and they're like, actually, hey, take a look. Those are the 6-3
Dinner's
Chicago.
on me.
Yeah. Those are the 6-3 Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Can I take a picture with you, sir? That kind of stuff starts to happen. When you're 2-6, nobody's taking your picture. People are murmuring behind their menus going, look at them bums. Because that's what they are, the bums when you're 2-6. But when you're 6-3, you're not a bum no more. You're a hell of a player on a good football team. That's what it's all about. So, good. Walk tall. The chest out there. Be happy to represent the city of Chicago. And guess what? The fans are happy that you guys are representing them. Now find ways to win. That's all that matters.
Let's hear from some of those fans. People are excited. 312-332-3776. Let's go out to Michael in Albany Park. Hello, Michael.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Michael, you doing okay there?
Yeah, I'm doing great. So I'm going to start off by saying last week was the most boring week in football I've seen in a long time. Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, we hear you great.
Okay.
Boring week last week.
Yeah, Monday and Thursday night, they were sleepers. Now, here's what I'm seeing. A Bears game is like Shakespeare set to opera. It is drama. It is intrigue. There's betrayal. And it's exciting. You don't know what's going to happen minute to minute. Shot or no shot. Watching a Bears game is more exciting and adrenaline pumping than watching any other game in the NFL. Love your show. Thanks for taking my call.
I love that call. Yurko, he just compared the Bears games to Shakespeare, to the classics.
Yeah.
To the works of the love-hate. They kill you and they love you. You love them back in the end. Caesar, Othello, Hamlet.
Oedipus complex, an Oedipal complex. Oh, yeah.
Romeo and Juliet,
oh,
Macbeth.
Yes.
They die, and right when you think they're dead, they come back to life.
100%.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a play. Thank heavens it's not a tragedy.
Right.
No, it's good stuff happening for the Bears.
Juice is on the northwest side. Hi, Juice.
Hi, Yurko and Peggy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Juice?
Thank you for taking my call. I love you guys. I love everything but ESPN 1000. So, Peggy, Resurrection High School, shout out to you. Went to Holy Cross, right next to Timothy Guerin.
Fabulous.
So, shout out to the northwest side. So, Peggy and Yurko, love you. I don't understand why. So, here's my quote you guys can steal. Call it Caleb the Closer.
Caleb the Closer? That's original.
Yeah, I know. You can steal it. Just
all right.
Give me like 20% royalties. Caleb the Closer.
Not a problem.
My blood pressure is low like yours, Yurko. And then shout out to ESPN 1000, Black and Abdallah, and all the producers. And Yurko, why are there corners in they run like a 5-2? Why are they so deep? Why are they so deep? It drives me crazy. You only need 10 yards for the first down when you're playing defense, and you play defense. Why are they so deep?
Basically, I think, Yerk, a lot of people bring this up. These are not their starting cornerbacks. Well, Tyreek is.
Tyreek is, yeah.
But he started out well in place of Jalen Johnson, and he's had a rough couple of weeks. When you are missing two of your starting cornerbacks, and we're going to call Kyler Gordon a starter, you're going to see a difference in skill set, right?
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit of a difference, but you play the corner position differently. You don't line up the same on every single play. You're not in press coverage all the time. Sometimes you're in press and you bail out of there if you're in cover 3. Sometimes you're in press and you take away the inside route and give yourself leverage on the inside. Sometimes you play press, and then the guy wants to go outside, and you try to take away the outside route, like they did on Roma Dunay when they didn't make a play in the end zone. But you've got to fight it a little harder. You got to try to swim up over the top, make it look like the guy's holding and or interfering with you. You just can't give up. But it's different techniques that are being utilized. Sometimes you're playing in a zone. You're dropping back because you want to be able to make a break on maybe a slant, and you want to be able to jump it. So you're back with a little bit of a pedal and then a drive, knowing which step you're going to drive on, maybe to go make a play. So you're not going to utilize the same technique every single down. And that's my answer to the corner situation.
And Bears make no excuse for another win today after an emotional win last week in Cincy. They return home on the lakefront, flurries in the air, freezing temperatures, and they find a way to find a win late in the game. Let's take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls. You're listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
There's crash bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo & Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
Every winning strategy starts somewhere. Your next big play could be in the Village of Madison. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime commercial space, the Lincoln Highway corridor, unbeatable accessibility, and a talented workforce. With incentives, a collaborative spirit, and new businesses joining the team, Madison is business-friendly and built for growth. Join the winning team today. Visit villageofmadison.org. The Village of Madison, your next big play.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guy that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Caleb goes to work with 4 minutes to go in the game. Shotgun snap. Little shrug, throwing short, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Roma Dunay! 1 yard touchdown. Little shoulder shrug. Nobody in his vicinity. Dunay with his 6th touchdown catch.
Peggy and Yurko postgame. ESPN Chicago.
After 1 week where he had no catches, Roma Dunay was targeted by more than anyone else on the Bears team today with 10 targets, 6 catches, 86 yards, that touchdown. A little payback from last week. Silenced his dad just a little bit. And another big game for Montez Sweat as well, 1.5 sacks today. That's 4 straight games with a sack for Montez Sweat, matching his career high streak, which he had the year that the Bears picked him up and traded for him. So, so we had good recovery by some players who the Bears needed today. And, of course, we talked already about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and the forced fumble, 2 sacks. Leading tackler today for the Bears, gets a game ball. And quite a nice pickup proving for the Bears and Dennis Allen. Earlier today, Ian Rappaport had reported that the Bears were in deep talks with the Saints for cornerback Alante Taylor. And while they are continuing to give up a lot of yards, 287 yards in the air to the New York Giants, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is proving to have been a very good pickup so far in 2 games for the Bears. Let's keep going on the phone lines. We go out to Detroit. We find Steven up next. Hello, Steven.
Hey, guys. Another heart attack-inducing game. And I don't know how much I can actually take these types of games before, I need to see a doctor or something. But I don't know about you guys, but today, before the comeback win, I kind of felt like, I'm out on Dennis Allen. And I know it's a bit of premature, but I'm not really seeing much of the defensive adjustments, throughout the game. And, they were just getting gashed, through the air and in the leg of Jackson Dart. And only when Jackson Dart got knocked out of the game, assumingly on that fumble where he got the first down, but, got ball popped out in the air, that's when things kind of started to, settle down a little bit. And even still then, the Bears had a hard time stopping Russell Wilson for a little bit. So I don't know, where do you guys stand on Dennis Allen after today? And I understand that, Allen deserves time. And this is probably more of an indictment on, Ryan Poles and how poorly he has done this, the reconstruction of this roster overall. And I'm afraid we're going to have to kind of live through this all season. And, maybe Dennis Allen has to find ways to scheme himself out of trouble all season long. Thank you, guys.
Pass rusher and identifying pass rushers has been a problem for the Chicago Bears forever. The last double-digit pass rusher that they drafted, I think, was Rosie Colvin. They found Julius Peppers in free agency, obviously.
Khalil Mack.
They found Khalil Mack in free agency. But the last guy they drafted, Mark Anderson had 12 sacks his rookie season, but that was the one season that he rushed quarterback and had it. Leonard Floyd was a stand-up linebacker that would come in and pressure. Later on would have sacks, but with the Bears did not have that type of level or type of sacks. But everybody would say Leonard Floyd's not a number one pass rusher on any team. He was always the third guy on the team whenever he was with the Rams or whether he was with the Buffalo Bills. He was not the primary pass rusher. He was a guy that could rush the passer. So they've had problems for a long period of time trying to identify pass rushers. The last time they had it was Richard Dent and Dan Hampton. The two of those, the combination of the two of those guys that they drafted, they brought in. One was a first-rounder, Dan Hampton, out of Arkansas. The other one was like a 7th, 8th rounder out of Tennessee Tech or Middle Tennessee State or one of the Tennessee schools that were down there. It's a long time to go without drafting a guy to get you double-digit sacks. Rosie came from Purdue, Colvin, early 2000s.
Alex Brown came after Rosie out of Florida.
Yeah. You want to go look at his totals? You want to look at his totals per season?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I think it was a high of 7. 7 sacks in a 16-game season. Doesn't really thrill the world when it comes to guys that can get after the quarterback. And the guy on the other team that he's got 11. He leads the league.
Yeah, no, you're right.
11.
You're absolutely right.
So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Jim Flanagan had a lot of sacks, too, but Jim Flanagan, nobody would ever say he's a pass rusher.
Right.
By any stretch of the imagination. So, I think that's the point. I think that's the problem. Montez Sweat had a sack today, if I'm not mistaken.
1.5, yep.
Yep, he had a sack. He stopped the guy when he was unblocked. He tried to get out of the pocket, and he ended up bringing him down. Russell Wilson right there about a yard before he can get to the line of scrimmage. So, when unblocked, Montez Sweat can get to the quarterback. So that we got going for us. That's something we can go ahead and put up on the chalkboard. When not blocked, we can get sacks.
Ed is from Joliet. Hello, Ed.
Eddie, talk to us. Ed, turn the radio down. Talk to us, Eddie.
Ed, are you okay? You know what? You know what we need? What we needed after this win? We needed Stacey King's call
Vucci Maine
of Vucci's win.
Vucci Maine
because when he's like Wheezy Elizabeth, I'm coming. This is the big one, Elizabeth.
Let's hoping nothing happened to Ed.
That's what most of our Bears fans on hold.
Well, let's hope Ed just passed out drunk.
Went through.
I mean, God forbid he had a heart attack, Peg.
Quentin is on the west side. Hi, Q.
Hey Peggy, hey Yurko, great win.
Oh yeah.
I just got through eating chicken nuggets, fries, water, and Sunny Delight orange juice.
Man.
I tell you this, we in an uphill battle next Sunday against the Vikings.
Oh yeah.
And it's time to go to war
but it's
and
payback.
take them down.
It's payback.
Take them down. Yeah, payback.
It's payback.
Take them down once and for all and put pressure on JJ McCarthy also too, because we will be 7-3, and on outside looking in, we should keep an eye on the Eagles destroying the Packers tomorrow, and we can move up.
Oh, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll be in first place. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what Detroit is. If Detroit wins, maybe they're in first place, too. We got a tie for first place. They win the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. We're coming after them.
Yeah, this is our opportunity to take our division back.
That's right.
I think Jonathan Grenard left the Vikings game today.
Did he?
Injured. Yeah.
That wouldn't hurt us.
Right. That's
take your time.
That's exactly.
Get healthy.
Don't feel
hurry
like
yourself.
you need to be in a rush to get back there.
Don't hurry
Quentin,
yourself.
thank you so much. We appreciate the phone call as always. Do we have to take a break here? I lost track of time.
I see zeros.
One more. We'll take one more phone call. One more phone call. Let's go out to JJ at Soldier Field. Is this JJ McCarthy?
No, it's JJ from the Waldron deck right now. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, JJ.
You're doing a little post tailgate.
Oh, post tailgate. We got a couple of fireballs for the win.
Beautiful.
All the fun stuff.
Beautiful.
My quick comment to you guys is why doesn't that Caleb Williams guy just play like it's 2 minutes all the time, even if there's 15 minutes left in the first quarter?
Your
He's really
offensive
good when there's 2
line
minutes
might
left.
not be able to handle that.
Yeah.
They already are like really gassed from how much he keeps a play alive. But he brings up.
You got to stay after it. Yeah,
he brings up. Listen, they go no huddle a lot to try to get him into a rhythm.
Well, how about this? This is the first 15 that didn't really work this week.
You're exactly right.
So this is the 15 that didn't work this week.
Yeah,
and that's fine. You know, sometimes you put the game plan together. It was not working. And then you've got to figure out a way. Only 7 points. I thought it was going to be a whole lot better. It wasn't, but that's fine. It's fine.
What can they do, though, to simulate the...
You can't. You can't play at that pace all the time.
Well, you can't, right? You can't.
Yeah.
But you could go no huddle. You could try to get him into that rhythm that up-tempo rhythm he likes.
Right, but the last thing you want with up-tempo rhythm, too, during the middle of a game, is then start making mistakes. And then when you make mistakes, so that's the bad side of it. Don't make mistakes. Everything's going to be hunky-dory and it's going to be perfect. Make mistakes and you're going to have problems. So I was glad at the end of the game they all had the wherewithal to realize we can't screw up here. We can't make mistakes. We've got to be on our game, on point, and we've got to find a way to go ahead and put this one into the end zone. And then the offense went to rest and had to worry about the defense out there, but the defense showed up and made something out.
And you got to reward the defense.
Yeah, Tremaine Edmonds.
You got to reward the defense at that point because when they got the takeaway, the Bears could not get into the end zone. They had to settle for a field goal. So now when they get the big stop with 2 sacks on the final drive, the Giants' final drives in that final 6 minutes, you got to reward them and get in the end zone.
And they did.
They did. They did. So a little complimentary football there, if you will. Let's take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Welcome to Jackpot Land. This fall at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all fall to win your share of thousands in prizes each month. And earn entries into the big December Jackpot Land prize drawings. Your October, November, and December entries all count. Win thousands in cash or reward play. Welcome to Jackpot Land. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Take a trip to Jackpot Land at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play with your rewards card this fall for a share of thousands in prizes each month. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Area of the back, they motion Daniel Bellinger, the tight end. Snap and a fake and a blitz. Dart goes down. C.J. Gardner Johnson coming and puts him down. A sack. Shotgun fake to Tracy Dart again. He's got Illuminor out in front on the block. Breaks free of one tackle and then a fumble. Ball come out. Bears have taken it away. Dart gives up the football. Far side of the field, recovered by Nashawn Wright. Nashawn Wright continues to help take the ball away. 3rd down and 7, 38-yard line. 20-17, Giants over the Bears. Bears line up the line of scrimmage. 4 defensive backs back, low snap. Russell under pressure. C.J. Gardner Johnson, down he goes, sacked. C.J. Johnson with his 2nd sack today. He's also forced a big fumble. And the Bears are going to get the ball back with 3:01 to go in the game.
Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
C.J. Gardner Johnson with that 2nd sack was a key play on 3rd down in the 4th quarter, doing so on Russell Wilson, getting the ball back for the Bears, and then a muffed punt after that put the Bears in position for their game-winning drive. C.J. Gardner Johnson with 2 sacks. He had one last week as well, a forced fumble using the peanut punch today as well. He is our advantage of the game because every game we do give you the Bears advantage, and then we open up the phone lines later in the show, ask you to recall what we had as the Bears advantage. The caller that correctly states what it was is entered to win a 2026 Chevy Trax. Bears advantage of the game today, C.J. Gardner Johnson. Nice pickup, as we already discussed, by Dennis Allen. He played for Dennis Allen. Said that Dennis Allen earlier this week said that Gardner Johnson has done a nice job of recall. Even though he's playing a position he hasn't played in a couple of years, he's really done a nice job of recall in Dennis Allen's defense since he played it for him a couple of years back. Back we go on the phone lines, Yerk. Let's go out to Plainfield. Nathan, you are up next. Hello, Nathan.
Hi, I just want to say I thought today was a great performance from Caleb. He looked elite today behind this line of scrimmage. I see him a lot, and it's just today, especially with the drops, he looked like Patrick Mahomes with the ball in his hands. And then I also want to say I think Luther Burden needs to start taking more of Zacchaeus' role. I haven't remembered a time where Burden gets tackled by the first tackler, and he's been looking really good with the ball in the hands. So just want to say that, and I think the only way up for this team is to go up.
Nathan, thank you. Yerk, you see any Patrick Mahomes and Caleb Williams?
They both have a 1 in their jersey. So that's what I see. Caleb is going to be his own quarterback his own way. Mahomes, with all the success that he had so early and going to the Super Bowl in the 2nd year and winning 3 Super Bowls already, getting to a 4th, I believe, have playing, I don't know how many straight championship games in the AFC. What he's been able to do and how he's been able to do it, I think he kind of stands in a class by himself. So I wouldn't want to compare Caleb to anybody. But Caleb's got to be his guy. He's got to get his receivers. He's got to build trust with his guys. And, you know, his ability to run, obviously, you've got to utilize it. It's been big in the last 2 weeks. His ability to get out of the pocket and move. I get you want to be able to go ahead and throw the ball. But either if your guys are covered, they've got an inability to get open or not being schemed open, then you've got to find a way to make positive plays with your legs. And there's nothing wrong with it as long as you protect yourself. And he's done a nice job of protecting himself. Yeah, the similarity between him and Mahomes is they both have a 1 in their number.
Luther Burden just seems to catch everything that comes his way, and his yards after the catch are fantastic. What's interesting is earlier in the season when Ben Johnson said some of the rookies, they have to earn their trust, which means when you're being asked to block, you have to block. You need to know the play calls. You need to know what your routes are. But so far, so good with Luther Burden. If they're bringing him along slowly for whatever reason, it's working.
Here's your perfect example. Who has earned your trust with the wide receiving group up until today? Oz, right?
Yeah.
Zacchaeus.
Yep.
Everything that was thrown his direction, he found a way to bring down. You know what he did today? he put a few question marks up there. And that's by what he did on the field. He allowed there to be a sense of doubt to come into his game, but because he's been so good for so long here, he'll probably get the benefit of the doubt that, hey, he had a bad game, he wasn't tracking it well, maybe the snow was in his eyes, I don't know. Whatever happened, happened. But if he puts two of those performances together, you could bet your sweet aching Panachkis that Luther Burden's going to find a way to get in there.
Well, last week, OZ did have a couple of catchable balls his way that he was unable to come down with. Today, he only caught one of the 4 targets his way. He's a Caleb target. Caleb trusts him, whether it's because he runs the right routes. Caleb trusts OZ. Now OZ needs to become almost a better receiver and come down with those catchable balls. Let's keep going on the phone lines. Who's been holding on here? Jeff is in East Peoria. Hi, Jeff.
Hello. Great game. A few quick comments before I give you my take. Yes, the first caller, I keep on coming back week after week. How are they going to do it? How are they going to come back? How are they going to make last week, even this week, even more exciting? And yes, they need to work on the sacks. I think who was it? Sweeney got hosed on a Sewell got hosed on the sack because that high tackle to the face.
Yeah, the helmet to helmet contact in the face.
Yes, Caleb the comeback. Yes. Give him depth. He's doing it. He's making it happen. However, like she said, if it wasn't for the defense, I was listening to guys on the radio, watching the stats on the TV. They start bringing up numbers. What their numbers are without the takeaways. They did 2 big things. When push came to shove, they put the clamps down. They stopped. Dart was on his way to 300 yards and possibly 100 yards on the ground. They stopped him. They got the fumble. They knocked him out of the game. And the, shadow of himself, Russell Wilson, they closed down the last 2 with a field goal and the stop. If it wasn't for them, the comeback would not have been possible. And yes, possibly when we wake up on Tuesday morning, they'll be on top of the standings.
Yep. Team victory.
Jeff, thank you.
Let's call it a team victory.
Yeah. Listen, when
victory.
they needed
team
it.
victory.
Guys made plays when they
With
needed
some
it.
outstanding individual performances. Team victory. That's what we'll call it.
Yeah, absolutely. No argument from us.
Can you go to James in the bottom? I got to touch on this.
I can do whatever you would like. Let's
Thank
go
you.
out to Chicago Heights. Hi, James.
Hey, guys. First off, just want to say I love both your shows. They're my 2 favorite shows on the air. But I wanted to talk about Booker and the defense.
Yep.
I'm really happy to see that we got an offense finally. I'm glad they finally worked on the O-line. I'm interested to see Yurko's perspective on Booker. We've only seen a couple games, but I'm kind of excited about the possibility.
Yeah. I like him as a pass rusher. I don't like him as a run defender.
Oh, he had one really good stop today, too.
He had one where he got buried inside, where he was peeking. He was up on his toes like Chris Zorich used to be, peeking in the backfield, ducked inside, and absolutely got washed. So you can't make that mistake. You can't have that technique error. You've got to feel stuff on the inside or even on the outside. You've got to know it's coming. You can't panic. You got to be calm and you got to be confident in what you're doing, with your assignment and your technique. He didn't. He ducked inside and just got absolutely walloped. So we've seen him do it once. I'd like to see him do it again. And the more time he gets, the more experience he gets. I don't mind bringing him out there, even if he doesn't succeed, because he's got to feel the speed of the game. And he feels it in special teams, but he doesn't feel it when it's an offensive or a defensive play. So he's got to kind of become accustomed to that. You need to play him a little bit more. You need to give him the chance and the opportunity to get out there a little bit more, and hopefully they will. Too early to draw any conclusions on Booker. Too early to draw any conclusions. But I like him when he rushes the passer. Against the run, sometimes he makes me scratch my head.
When he rushes the passer, he has a very unorthodox style. These are like his own moves, he does that spin move a lot.
And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as that's the change-up to something else that you're developing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As long as it's the change-up, it's great. you've got to have a counter move to your original move. And I like the spin move as good as any. Get you back, get you right, and get you heading toward the quarterback. And hopefully it sheds you of the offensive lineman, which is the most important thing.
Let's take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls. You're listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty. And when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Reason number 278 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Rafferty's Irish Pub, a neighborhood staple since 2001. If you want that charming Irish pub experience, come in for a pint at Rafferty's. A wide selection of food, drinks, and your traditional Irish pub grub. Located at 10901 Joliet Road, Rafferty's is part of the City of Countryside's all-star lineup. Looking for a new home base? Visit the City of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
It's not a tailgate until someone burns the brats and forgets the bottle opener.
Dude, that happened one time. And I brought the beer. Yingling Flight. Thank you very much.
Smart move. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Light enough to go the distance, unlike your cousin trying to toss a spiral.
And it actually tastes like beer, not like those mystery seltzers in Steve's cooler.
This season, skip the gimmicks.
Yingling Flight. Raise the bar on your tailgate.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Another receiver. Snap is back. Caleb in trouble with Thibodeau, but evades, and then help from Benedette. Wings it over the middle. It's caught by Loveland to the 45-yard line of the Bears. 46-yard line and a first down. But man, Caleb, against the grain, throws that ball, and it wasn't on target. Colson had to reach behind him with every bit of his length to catch that ball. A very difficult pass play all the way around, converted by these two young men.
Never a doubt in Caleb's mind, offensive mind, defensive mind. Like we're we got the whole quarter left to go make something happen, and went out there and did it. And shout out to everyone just for staying consistent and staying in it.
Bears Monday starts with Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Colston Loveland caught all 4 balls his way for 55 yards. On that drive, that was such a dart by Caleb Williams. It was almost like he was so angry because both Oz and Rome had just dropped catchable balls.
Yeah.
And it was almost like he was like, you know what?
Is that the one that was behind him?
Yeah. It was still catchable.
And he still snagged it, still came down with it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was good to see. The rookie is coming around now, back-to-back games now after last week's being named Player of the Week and getting slimed by Nickelodeon. And now, again, in crunch time, they go to the rookie tight end again, and he comes up with another nice big play. So Bears have now 6 wins in their last 7 games. It almost was looking fruitless because Jackson Dart had passed for 242 yards before he left. He also had rushed for 66 yards. Listen, they don't need Cam Scatterbo. They still got 169 yards rushing on the ground. The Bears did get 171, but these are 2 defenses that have to learn how to stop the run.
It'd be nice if that happened. And Tracy was shut down early. The Bears were doing a nice job against the run in like the first 2 possessions. Second quarter started. All of a sudden, they forgot how to defend against the run. And then Dart's going to kill you at 11 yards every time he touched the ball. 2 tutties. He started to become a real problem in the game. And once Russell Wilson came in, it was like, thank heavens.
They had given up 23 yards rushing, only 23 yards in the first half. Yeah. They gave up 146 yards rushing to the Giants in the second half.
Oh, they started giving it up, yeah.
If last week, when Ben Johnson said that, listen, we don't make excuses for a win, but yet there are guys in the locker room who are upset because they know that there were a lot of plays out there that they should not have. The defense, again, knows. You can't give up 169 yards on the ground. You can't give up Jackson Dart multiple rushing touchdowns to the quarterback. So Jackson Dart, though, every game he's just breaking more records, scoring touchdowns. He's a threat. He's a threat, and he left the game with a concussion. Or at least in concussion protocol.
Let's hope he gets healthy enough to when they play the Packers, he's available.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right? Exactly. Let's keep going on the phone lines. We've got more phone calls with our Bears fans excited after today's win. We go to Logan Square. Wiley, you are up next. Hi, Wiley.
Good afternoon, folks.
How are you?
My main takeaway from today is this is a game that, with few exceptions, mostly in 2018, the Bears lose almost every time.
Yes.
And it signifies a culture change that's going on kind of imperceptibly. So, you kind of notice it, but you don't want to believe it. But that's what's happening, and that's the main takeaway for me. It doesn't hurt. I'm not going to say they're a good team. They're 6-3. We'll find out next week in Minnesota, I suppose. But the arrow's definitely pointing up. Williams becoming a quarterback you win because of, and some of these first and second year guys who have been mentioned are like doing a terrific job. So I'm very getting excited for the prospects, although obviously the defense is lacking and a little shorthanded. What do you guys think?
Wiley, it's a great points. The culture definitely is changing. And the biggest thing, Yerk, you and I talked about this last week, is when you can instill confidence in that locker room, confidence does go a long way.
6-1 in their last 7.
Yeah.
That's what I can tell you. And at some point, you hope people get healthy. At some point, you hope guys get healthy. That's what you're looking for. 6 isn't lost for the rest of the year. As far as I knew, 1 wasn't lost for the rest of the year, was he?
No.
Was Jalen Johnson lost for the year? Nobody
No.
told me that? All right. Well, you win games until you can get your top-notch people back. That's all you can do. You battle as hard as you can.
Listen, it's just like the Ravens were doing. They look at their record, but if they could find ways to win, they know that there's still an outside chance for them. The schedule amps up now for the Bears. 7 of their final 8 games will come against teams that are 500 or above.
Yep.
It's not going to be easy. The Vikings are next. And then you have Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, and then the Eagles and the NFC North leading Packers. So they have to start playing their best football in the second half of the season. And like you said, get some of their injured players. Get Kyler Gordon back. Get TJ Edwards back. The defense needs more help.
Absolutely. Yeah, you want to be at full-fledged when you start going toward the end of this thing where you're going to get Packers, somebody, or it's Packers, San Francisco, Packers, and then the Detroit Lions at home. Yeah, the schedule gets tough toward the end of the year, and you're going to need to have everybody on board ready to play.
But again, they go to U.S. Bank Stadium next week to play the Vikings, and the Vikings lost to the Ravens today, 27-19. A home loss for Minnesota. They're now 4-5 on the season. Bears are 6-3.
Here's your nightmare end. At Eagles, at Packers. Ooh. You got the Browns at home, which is a little bit of a respite, but they can get after the quarterback. Then you got the Packers again at home. You go to San Francisco, and I don't know if you remember what happened in San Francisco last year, but the Bears got their asses kicked. And then you come home against the Lions. So, I mean, that's a 5 out of 6 pack that makes you scratch your head. Even though Frisco's getting its ass kicked right now by the L.A. Rams, 21-0, even though that's happening, Frisco's still a tough team and a tough matchup for the Bears. They're going to have to show up on the road to do that.
Bears have to get better.
Yes.
They have to keep improving.
Yes.
They have to fix what is wrong with their offense. Yerk, 3 times they turned the ball over on downs. 3 times.
Well, I mean, fourth down, you've got to find a way to execute. That's what you have. And you come out and you look and there's nobody open, and it's like, okay, is it scheme? Is it the players executing in their pass route? What is it that's not happening for this to be problematic like it was? The fourth down at the goal line, when Roma Dunay stymied by the defensive back.
Yeah, and there was some miscommunication there. There had to be, right?
Well, no, your receiver was stuck on a line of scrimmage, and he was throwing the ball on a fade route. Where you at?
He came up short. Once he got stopped, he just stopped.
Once he got stopped, he got stopped. Yeah, he
literally stopped.
Yes.
He literally stopped.
So that's a problem.
Which you bring up a couple good points, because there was also the play with Rome in which he didn't lay out for that ball, that catchable ball.
That was a catchable ball. I mean, Tommy and I have argued over the course of time, Waddle, on what is a catchable or a non-catchable ball. He got his hands on that ball. You got to come down with that ball. That's what I believe. I think Tommy's a better judge of what's catchable and what's not catchable. I believe it is, but I would defer to Tommy if Tommy wanted to tell me that was not a ball that was easily caught. I'd let Tommy make an argument with me. But I saw that ball. I thought it was catchable. The other one was the Swift one on a fourth down play where they threw it. Even if he caught it, he wasn't going to make it. He dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Even if he caught it, he's short of the first down running one of these horizontal routes along the line of scrimmage with the defensive back hot in pursuit. That's not a telltale. You know what I like? I like that little Texas route in the middle.
I was just going to say,
that little route in the middle where a guy's going north to south. That's the route I like.
I think Ben Johnson would actually take a look and say there's some play calls that he would like to take back.
Maybe, I'm sure. Hey, if he called 60, 65 plays, I'm sure when he looks at it, he's going to say, yeah, maybe.
Right?
That could have been better.
As for Rome, he's 6'3", 215 pounds. He's got to use every ounce of his frame. It's like sometimes he doesn't use his frame when he could use, to be a bigger receiver out there. Just my opinion. Let's keep going on the phone lines. In Libertyville, Zach is up next. Hi, Zach.
Hey, you got Zach in Libertyville. Driving home from the game with my 4-year-old son, first Bears game, who's now sleeping in the car. It's all hunky-dory, awesome game. But one thing that nobody's talking about, shout out to my buddy Joe from St. Charles.
Hey, Joe.
Is kick coverage. We got serious issues on kick coverage. It's non-stop. The guys are starting at the 40, the 50, and nobody's talking about it. But, the only Eberflus holdover is the Hightower special teams coach, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's Dick.
I don't know the stats, but let's talk about that and what are the fixes there.
Okay, he's not the only holdover. The tight ends coach is also a holdover, I
Okay.
believe, Coach
Well,
Dre.
too,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah. But this was something, Yerk, that did come up this week. And
Yeah.
Richard Hightower, they did say you cannot give up the starting position that you are giving up. And I know Deontay Banks had that 39-yard return today.
Oh, I called for it. Keys of the game on Friday. I called out special teams coverage units specifically. I said, gentlemen, that's all you do is you play on the coverage units and special teams. If you cannot get the job done, time to look toward the door. It's time to say goodbye.
Okay, not to make excuses, but when you look at their injury report, and they had 14 guys on the injury report, many of them are their special teamers. Ruben Hippolyte got injured again today. The guys who are their leading players on special teams, Roshan Johnson is one of their leading players on special teams. He's been injured. These guys, it does make a difference. And that's why when they made a move at the trade deadline, they basically got a guy to help out on special teams. You're not going to, I didn't see it. Did you see him in the rotation today for defensive ends? The new acquisition?
91 was there. 93 was the guy that's usually on. 93 is a guy that's, he's a guy that's usually kind of inactive, if I had to guess.
I didn't see him.
I just saw numbers. I saw them running into each other, 91 and 93, like the Keystone Cops on a couple of plays. 94 is Booker. He was coming in off the perimeter on a couple of plays.
I mean, Blackwell's been out. Dom Robinson is a special teamer. He's out. You just keep looking at the number of guys that have been injured, and
Peggy,
it is taking a toll.
It's not rocket science, though. It's
know.
coverage. You're running down and you're covering from the 40-yard line. You have to evade the first guy. You have to get in your lane, and you have to go chase the guy down. This is, I mean, we're not putting a space shuttle on the moon here. We're just trying to evade guys, and it's stuff that we've been doing our whole lives when you play football. Get by him and make the tackle. And if you can't, then we got to replace you. That's the way it works. No excuses.
I did not see which way the wind.
If you're trying to make an omelet and you've got no eggs and you want to tell me I can't make an omelet because I don't have any eggs, then that's understandable. Somebody's got to go get eggs. But if you got eggs and you're saying I can't make an omelet, no. You got to get there. You're special teams. Be special. That's what you got to be.
On the Bears' opening drive, instead of attempting a 47-yard field goal, they went for it on 4th and 4. Incomplete to DJ Moore. Did you have any issues with that? I don't know which direction the wind was at that point, but I know that it was a windy day.
Yeah,
and here we go again with the 47-yard field goal attempts from Cairo Santos.
I've got zero faith in Cairo Santos to kick any field goal in any inclement weather whatsoever. Matter of fact, I was even questioning going for extra points. That's
wow.
I have no faith in him. I don't know where Jake Moody went.
He's still on
maybe
the
he's at the
practice
Moody
squad.
Bible Institute. I don't know. Maybe he's there. Who knows? But Jake Moody's a guy that I got confidence in.
He's there.
It's the same name.
He's on the practice squad. He's on the sidelines there.
Is he? All right.
Yes. Yeah.
I got faith in him.
Yeah.
When we go into Moody, that's my guy.
We'll take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls. You're listening to the Chicago Bears postgame show.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oak Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires.
Bell Tire.
See belltire.com for details.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4-million.
Advantage Dealer Group has your experience in mind every step of the way. Drive home in a Chevy, Acura, or Toyota in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payments. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Snap on 2nd and 10 for the 27. Caleb launches an open Odunze through his hands inside the 45 of the Giants. Been a tough day, man. Tough day for pass catching.
We know we're real. We know that some of the issues we had today were just may have been a drop here, may have been a drop there in certain moments, and it's those are frustrating moments. But it's something that those moments happen, and so you don't waver, you don't lose the confidence. You stay right where you are. You understand that those moments are going to happen. You keep trying to lead your guys, and then from there, when it hits, you just keep harping on that. Here we go. We had a few drops towards the end, and you don't put those guys down. You don't go over and curse them out or anything like that. You encourage them that it's time to make a play, and I need y'all. I need y'all right here, right now. It's time to go win the game.
Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
I'll tell you what, they have a lot of confidence in Caleb late in the game as he continues to put on his Superman cape and lead the Bears to these incredible comebacks.
You see that when you win games, nobody cares about a lot of different things.
Right.
Nobody cares if his fingernails were painted today. Why? Because you won. They might have been painted 1,000 different colors. Who cares? Nobody. Why? Because when you win, people don't care about the idiosyncrasies and any of the stuff you're doing. They just care about you winning. And that's what the Bears are doing right now. So I don't know who's where, what, when, why, or how. I have no idea what guys are where. I just know that they're winning football games, and that's what matters, Peggy.
Let me ask you a question. When the Bears won the coin toss and they elected to keep the ball. Then they don't score on their opening drive. And then before the half, they end up giving the ball back to the Giants. They do get a field goal out of it. Giants get the ball back to start the second half. Were you surprised that they elected to keep the ball?
Well, I wasn't surprised they elected to keep the ball at the beginning of the game. The nuances as the game went on and right before we got to the half and what ended up happening, it's like you get a tad bit flustered. You get a tad bit, upset. So, as you see it play out, then you give up that big run down the sideline, the pass catch, and then it kept going down the side, and then you missed the tackle, and then a guy got out of position. Noah Sewell is the guy that missed the tackle out on the perimeter. That would have been them stymied. They would have had to get rid of the football, right? So I'm more upset, not at the fact that they took the ball, that they gave him the possession back toward the end of the half.
Right.
I'm upset at Noah Sewell for all of a sudden his legs quit moving the minute he made contact. That's not the way you were taught to tackle.
Right.
You're taught to bring it, deliver the hips, and drive through the tackle. What exactly were you doing there? What exactly was it that you hit and just flopped straight down to the ground? Nobody ever taught you that, ever in the history of life. When you were a fifth grader playing, nobody taught you that. When you were in high school, nobody taught you that. When you were in college, nobody taught you that. And it's certainly unacceptable in the NFL level. When you go and hit the popsicle sled, if you're not driving your feet, you're going to bounce off that thing, you're going to lay straight down. That's, in essence, what he did. So am I upset at the decisions that were made? No. I'm upset specifically at Noah Sewell and then the rest of the pursuit department for not getting their asses over there and bringing that guy down. You've got to have a sense of urgency. So, no, I'm not upset at the fact that they took the football at the beginning of the game.
David is in LaGrange Park. Hi, David.
Hi, thanks for taking my call, and thanks for being there for us to debrief. You guys are really the best at allowing us to do that, and it's certainly appreciated after these games. I have one question for you. Do we have to leave Soldier Field? I mean, today, in my opinion, the quintessential game of football was played. We have the lake. We have the lakefront. We have the city of Chicago in the background. I'm not going to get that feeling when we go to Minnesota next week. I'll let you comment.
No, you won't. You won't. And you won't have to worry about that until approximately 2033.
Thank God.
Yeah, 2032. So you've got yourself about 7 more years of playing on the lakefront. So if you've got to do the slow wean, as I call it, when you got to wean yourself off the Soldier Field, you've got 7 years to do it. So we got plenty of time before they end up leaving.
Yeah, I don't think it. Trust me, Kevin Warren would love nothing better than to stay on the lakefront. And the game of politics in the state of Illinois is a game that is very different from the game of football.
It'd be easy for me if I'm Kevin Warren and I'm George McCaskey. You don't want us to leave? Pay for it all. That's it. You don't want us to leave? Pay for everything. Carte blanche. Carte blanche. You don't want us to leave?
He's speaking French now.
Pay it all. There you go.
This is his version of French.
That's how I do it.
Not Cardi B. Carte blanche.
Carte blanche. Yes.
Yeah.
Like Kendrick Boutte.
Kenny Boutte.
Yeah, the wide receiver for the New England Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Who I hope I didn't start today because he didn't have any catches, may be injured.
And Passignon.
The hell am I thinking?
Passignon.
That's the guy for the Bears, number 93.
Yeah.
Passignon. He got cut. I don't know if you saw the play. They got out around the perimeter. They sawed him down. The guard sawed him right in half. They ended up getting to the perimeter, getting the first down. Not happy about that. Need some better technique is what we need out of that Passignon.
You got to teach these French guys a little bit more.
Well, I don't know what to teach them. I can't teach them how to be manly, that's for sure.
Yurko.
What? What do you want? You can't bring it up and then get an answer and then be stunned all of a sudden.
That is not what I was implying.
Please.
That is not. And by the way.
I mean, come on now.
By the way, your French sucks.
Of course my French stinks. I took Spanish.
Why did you take Spanish?
I'm Croatian.
You're Croatian.
Mogu ja pričat hrvatski kad trebam. Listen, they don't teach Croatian in school.
Did you dump that, by the way?
That's non-dumpable. Have you heard some of the stuff that you've said?
I don't say anything bad on the postgame show. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network. I don't know. No. You're the one that says, I don't know what you just said. So you could have said anything for all we know. Let's take a break. We'll give our stations a chance to identify themselves. You are listening to the Chicago Bears Clean Radio Network.
Pick up the ball. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if auto owners make sense for you.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Southside baseball fan Lenny File.
During the home buying and selling process, trust your family to our family. I'm Lenny File of Hearthside Realtors. I go the extra mile to make sure buying and selling your home is easy. Licensed in Illinois and Indiana, and doing it for 55 years, that's a lot of miles to cover. But I'll go one more for you. Visit lennyfile.com. That's lennyfile, FEIL.com today.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Reason number 204 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Come into Little Joe's for homemade Italian beef, meatballs, and giardiniera. Little Joe's is a family-owned restaurant for 55 years and counting and is a Countryside must-try. Chicago dogs, Italian sausage, and much more. What more could you ask for in a neighborhood staple like Little Joe's? Stop in today at the corner of LaGrange and Plainfield Road or check them out online at littlejoesbeef.net. Little Joe's, where everybody knows everybody.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
How many people can say they've had a section of their spine removed? I can. I'm Jeff, and when my team at Northwestern Memorial Hospital found a rare tumor on my spine, my neuro-oncologist and neurosurgeon came up with a plan, resulting in a 14-hour surgery.
Nationally ranked for neurology and neurosurgery by U.S. News and World Report, Jeff's team treated his one-in-a-million condition. They removed the tumor and vertebrae in one piece, then rebuilt his spine with a metal frame. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
soft cushion. They're moving. Burden in motion. First to the right, back to the left. Snap Caleb looking left. Now Caleb, pressure coming. Burns falls off of him, trips him up. Now here's Thibodeau, steps out of that, right to the 30, to the 35. Caleb Williams runs for a first down. Avoided sacks from Burns, and Thibodeau picks up 5. 4:38 to play. Bears on the march, down 10 against the Giants. Snap to Caleb Williams. Good protection. He goes left now. A free runner, but he's running as well. To the 20, to the 15, 10, 5. Gets down near the 1. Caleb Williams was thinking touchdown, baby. 2nd and 8 from the 17. Caleb Williams under center. Drags another tight end. Smythe in motion. Here's the snap of the play fake. Williams rolling to his left, running now. 15, 10, 5. End zone! Tiptoes in. Touchdown in the blue paint. Caleb Williams, 17 yards. Took care of business himself. He has had himself quite the day, running all over, in between, away from, backing up, moving left, moving right, and finally getting into the end zone with a touchdown and a Bears lead, 23-20.
Peggy and Yurko, post-game on ESPN Chicago.
Caleb Williams is finding the great. Brought to you by Great Clips. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details and clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. Download their app today, Great Clips. It's gonna be great. And once again, Caleb Williams was great, as the second-year quarterback has now registered 6 fourth-quarter comebacks since the start of last season. Yeah, that's right, 6 of them since the start of last season, and yet another game-winning drive. I believe that's his 5th since Week 18 of last year. And Caleb Williams, once again, puts on his Superman cape and brings the confidence to 2 touchdown drives in the final 6 minutes of play for the Chicago Bears. Bears win today, big win on the lakefront before they head out to take on the Minnesota Vikings next week. They just got to stack them, Yerk. You just got to stack them.
They're doing it. 6-1 in their last 7. They lost 2 games, first 2 games of the year. 6-1 in their last 7. Boy, I wish we could have played Baltimore before Lamar. Lamar wasn't back, but they made Huntley look like Lamar that day.
Yeah, he did.
So that was a little bit disappointing, but. 7 in a row is tough to do in the NFL. Every once in a while, you got to be reminded that you're not as great as you think you are. I think this film will do enough when they watch it to let them realize that they got away with one, that they got to 6-3, but they got away with one. They had to execute at the end. They did. They found a way to win. That's what the important thing is. That's the lesson you learn. But you got to go on the road now. You're going against Minnesota Vikings. It will not be easy. I guarantee you it will not be easy. They'll be fighting for their lives up there. And sometimes the more desperate team is the one that gets through. I'd put the first game on. I'd show them what a beautiful lead you had, and then you found a way to lose that game. I'd put that one on. That should be a motivating factor for the Chicago Bears as they go into Minnesota. And let's face it, you're 0-2 in your division. You're going to have to win division games if you plan on going to the playoffs. You might as well start with the one that's next. And the one that's next is against the Vikings in Minnesota. Young local quarterback from the Chicagoland area. Get out there and make it happen.
Heading into this game, the Bears had a 23% chance of making the playoffs, 5% chance of winning the division, but anything can happen. 23 times the Bears started 0-2, and they had never turned an 0-2 start into a playoff run. So the Bears are finding ways to win, and they make no apologies for that. Let's go back out to the phone lines. We find BK. You're up next. Hi, BK.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, BK?
Oh, my God, the Bears. God bless them. I love Chicago Bears. I love you guys.
BK, are you in Texas?
I am in Illinois. We are like 2 hours south of you guys.
Where in Illinois?
Washington. You know where Washington? Peoria, Illinois. You know where Peoria, Illinois?
Yeah, I know Washington and Peoria.
About 10 minutes from Peoria.
Fabulous.
Yeah, huge Bear fans down here, man. Oh my God! I bet you. Hey, we're 6-3. Is all I got to say. You know, and they got to clean some things up. You know, I think they do need to get a pass rusher, but you know, I love our coach, man. Ben Johnson is the best. I think he's the best in the NFL right now. We got the best coach. And they're bringing it, man. That's all I got to say. We're playing great. It don't matter if it's sloppy win, whatever. You win by 3, you win by 30, it's a win. But they need to clean some things up, especially, that couple plays, missed tackles. Can't allow that, man.
Drop passes, missed tackles.
Cannot do that.
Yeah, it's got to be better.
300 yards in the air or 200 yards on the ground. Yeah, they have to be better.
Has to be better, period.
Yeah. BK, thank you. We appreciate you. Let's keep going out to Wheaton. We find Jim up next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, first time, long time. Love you guys. Love the Bears my entire life. I have a question. It's not so much about the Bears, but it's actually about the Giants. Why did the Giants decline that penalty when they made a field goal? You put them at, the half-yard line. Like to hear your code.
So you're with the school of Greg Olson. You felt they should have gone for it. If they didn't make the touchdown, they would have left the Bears at the half-yard line, 99 and a half yards to go. Statistically, scoring from the 1-yard line is probably minuscule, like 3% trying to score a touchdown from the 1-yard line. So even if you didn't get it, you'd only had a 7-point lead. You had a 10-point lead instead, but didn't make a difference because the Bears were going to, the Bears ended up scoring 2 touchdowns anyway. So whether you had a 7-point lead, you didn't get a 10-point lead, or you had a 14-point lead, if you would have gotten a touchdown, the game would have been tied. It would have been 24-24 with a lot of time left. So you can go for it if you're confident, if you think your team or your defense is going to be able to stop them. Somebody said with Russell Wilson at quarterback, maybe you're not as confident as you are when you've got Jackson Dart back there. But, I've got mixed feelings on that. I go for the field goal. That's what I would have done, and then leave it up my defense to be able to stop the Chicago Bears, which they were doing. They were doing for the better part of the second half. They had done it for the second half. My defense was stepping up, and they had chances and abilities to make plays, but they didn't. They rushed Caleb Williams. They couldn't bring him down. They let him evade. They let him make plays with his legs, and that was problematic. I'd have gone up to 10 on the road in another place, but you could have done it. You could have done it any way you wanted to do it. Either way, you were going to have to stop the Bears at some point, and the Bears still ended up scoring 2 touchdowns.
But it wasn't an automatic first down if they had accepted.
No.
So
yeah.
I think that's the confusion, is that it would have been, and then
you had a half yard to go get a touchdown. If it was under 1, you got a half yard. Yeah.
It was a 19-yard field goal. They were already on the 2-yard line. So what, they would have gotten picked up like half the distance?
They would have had another. They would have had a chance to go from a touchdown from a yard closer or a half yard closer.
Yeah.
So Greg Olson's point on the telecast or the broadcast was, why wouldn't you go for it? Because even if you don't get it, you leave them with a 1st and 10 at the 1 where you've got to drive 99 yards for a touchdown.
Right.
So that would be his theoretical point.
Got it.
Instead, the difference, I think, was 35 yards. They ended up getting the ball at the 36-yard line. They ended up punching it into the end zone for a touchdown.
Correct.
They ended up stopping them, getting the ball back, and the punter, remember the punter shanked it out of bounds?
Well, they also, and that was one of the 2 sacks that the Giants would have had on Caleb if not for their own penalties.
Yeah.
On their defensive backs further down the field.
Right.
Otherwise, they would have had Caleb twice.
And not only that, but they could have called number 2 all day. Contact after 5 yards, and I always hark on that, is they teach you to do it, and they dare you to call it. And because they don't think you're going to call it every time, then they just say, keep interfering with the guy. It doesn't make a difference because they're not going to call it. And it came back to burn them because your technique you're teaching your guys is flawed. And if they could call it every play, I wish they would. They did it in an opening day game against one of the receivers that was opposite of Darrelle Revis. They called him for like 12 penalties. And you're going to dare me to call the penalties? I'll call them every single time. The guy on the one sideline did, and the second half the guy on the other sideline did. You can't play with a flawed technique and think they're just going to ignore it because you do it all the time.
Let's get Pat from Streamwood in here next. Hi, Pat.
Pat!
No, it's Matt from Streamwood, Peggy. How are you, Peggy?
Matt.
How are you?
Kendra, how do you not recognize Matt's voice?
It's not Kendra. That's our guy Jake over there.
Oh, Jake. Sorry, Jake. Sorry.
Poor Kendra taking shrapnel. Oh,
Sorry.
my God.
I know.
Matt.
I'm just trying to protect you.
That's fine. If I may say a happy Veterans Day to all my fellow veterans out there for this weekend. But may I ask you, Yurko, I heard you on the Chicago Bears podcast with Pat all the time, and you always call the people a hyphen name. Is Gardner Johnson finally going to get his name, or is he still hyphen to you?
Well, not only does he get compliments on the hyphen, okay, but that guy has earned his keep in 2 short weeks to the point where now we go, what's his last name again?
Gardner Johnson.
Gardner Johnson.
Yeah. Mr. Gardner Johnson, your table is ready. That's where we are with him. Okay, he gets the pump room, booth number 1.
Wow.
Remember the old pump room?
He gets butler. He gets a white glove treatment.
Exactly. You remember the pump room back in the day?
Of course.
Booth number 1 when Tim Reitman was drafted in the first round by the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
That used to be the premier booth in the city.
Yep.
Yeah. Those days are gone. But whatever the premier booth or premier table is in the city, that's where he can go and he can get service.
Wow, might be like a linea.
Yeah, get him this spinella steak. It's delicious. Medium rare.
Matt, was
Medium
there
rare,
anything else,
Peggy.
Matt?
Yeah, I just want to say, Peggy Yurko, that I know Thanksgiving is not for a couple of weeks, but I am so thankful that Ben Johnson got off that plane last year when he was going to go become the coach of Washington. Whatever he saw in Caleb, thank God he saw it, because I truly see the results of the difference in Caleb. Caleb's will to win now is there. It's prevalent because of that coach. There is no panic in this coach in the fourth quarter. This team is, I see the stats like they showed for the Bears offense, some of the stats, they're in the top 10.
Top 10.
It's real. And it showed the sacks that Caleb's cut it down to 14, I think, this year. And he was at 30 last year through 9 games. So just the results from Ben Johnson is real and tacit, especially for this offense, that I'm so proud of this offense from what they come, that there's no quit in them, especially in Caleb in the fourth quarter, that the will to win, even though they're down 10, there was the will to win today. And just it comes from Ben Johnson. So
he may have saved the Bears franchise. Bears. By the way, too, Matt, you got to know this. Tomorrow we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. 29 lost souls, November 10th, 1975. Carmen and I will be here ringing the bell 29 times for the 29 lost souls.
Thank you, Yurko. Thanks, Peggy.
You're welcome.
Matt, thank you.
He was coming at us from a historical perspective. I need to come at him with a little maritime history. That's what we're about.
Actually, it's not.
Amen.
Actually, we're a sports show.
Well, the bear can swim. You know that, right? Bears, polar bears, black bears, brown bears, they can swim. Grizzly bears, they can swim. All right? So it is a little bit about water.
And we are on the lakefront.
That's right. As was pointed out a little bit earlier from one of the gentlemen that does not want to leave Soldiers Fields. Amen to that, Peggy. Bears.
You're something.
Ben Johnson has saved the franchise.
It is. It went from Ryan Poles being the savior.
Well,
to St. Paul's to now it's Ben Johnson.
Thank heavens he realized he needed to blow up the interior 3 in this past offseason because of the woeful, criminal, shameful work that he had done the year before. So at least he recognized he had failed miserably to the point his job was in jeopardy. And at least with 73, 52, and 62 in the middle, that has been a solidified threesome in the middle of the park, and I like it. See, I can be complimentary while taking you down. I can build you right back up. That's what I'm here for.
It's your way with words.
I'm a wordsmith.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we will find
Edgar Allan Poe couldn't write this good.
Oh, yes, he could, actually. Actually, much better. A lot better.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9 with it.
Injured in a car accident? Don't fumble the ball. Call Postman Law. They fight for everyday people who don't have deep pockets like big insurance companies. Postman Law knows their playbook, and they use it to get you results fast. And with over $3 billion won for their clients, Postman Law delivers. From auto accidents to workplace injuries, when you need a win, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com for your free consultation. Others promise, Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
It's the season of performance at Advantage Acura in Naperville. Acura is the leader in reliability and style, and with more selection to choose from and more savings, they're committed to providing a smooth and easy car buying process. Advantage Acura values your time. They'll have you in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageAcura.com or see them in Naperville. Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Caleb Williams has now directed his fifth game-winning drive and fourth here in 2025. Sixth career fourth-quarter comeback. The Bears were down 20-10 with 10:19 to go in the fourth quarter, and they come up with the last two scoring drives. Williams to Adunze on a 2-yard pass. Williams with an heroic 17-yard run for the win.
Postgame wrap-up is next with Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Meller.
Caleb Williams was given one of the 2 game balls in the postgame locker room today by head coach Ben Johnson, along with newly acquired C.J. Gardner Johnson, who had 2 sacks today and a forced fumble. Let's listen in.
Hell yeah! Man, I tell you what, I feel like I'm on repeat each and every week right now. I mean, I got nothing new to say to you guys. Did you even waver for a second? You knew exactly we had them right where we wanted them. Gosh, man. Goodness gracious. Hell of a job. Took all 60 minutes. Golly, and you felt it, man. Shank punt. You capitalized. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, let me say I got 2 game balls here. 2 game balls. New edition came in 2 weeks ago. Okay. Yeah. Let me tell you something. You made some plays now. CJ, come on, big dog.
I just want to say I'm grateful for the group of guys that you guys are. I was home for almost 2 months, bro. Missing ball. And being around this group, y'all brought the love back for it. They're winning for it, and I'm just happy to be a part of a great group. Let's keep this rolling.
Man, let me tell you something now. This next guy, man, he's got ice in his veins now. And if you don't believe it now, you just wait, man. The best is yet to come, 18. Here we go.
This goes to everybody in here. It's not just me. I mean, offensive line, hell of a game. You know what I mean? Yes, I took that 1 sack in the beginning, but hell of a game to y'all, keeping us going. The energy, the effort on the sideline. Between the offense, obviously I'm not able to be on the sideline with y'all defense, but the energy, the consistency that, like Coach said, not to waver. And y'all did the same on defense. They scored or whatever happened. When it came down to it, we needed each other. We always come through every single time.
Bring it on in, gentlemen! Come on. Good, better, bad! Never let it run! You're good, gets better! You better get better! Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3,
It just doesn't get old. It just doesn't get old. Hey, now would be a good time if you remember who we said your Bears advantage was of the game. Give us a call at 312-332-3776. The caller that correctly states what it was will be entered to win a 2026 Chevy Trax. Who was our Bears advantage of the game? And what is our verdict?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Peggy. It's brought to you by Verdoyak Law. Injured in a truck or car accident, call the Verdoyak Law Group. They've been fighting insurance companies since 1963. Don't stop believing is what the verdict is. I stopped. I had abandoned ship. I'm going to let you know that right now. Down the points they were down, 10 points in the fourth quarter, the way they were playing, I had abandoned ship. I couldn't believe it. I was MFing. I was walking up and down the hallways here. Not a happy camper. I was upset. I was physically shaken. I was emotionally distraught. And you know what they did? They just came back and they found a way to win. That's what this team is. That's what they're about. They got a little something going on, a little bit of mojo. They're beating up on crappy teams, finding ways to win against crappy teams. I'm glad they've got confidence because it's going to get real. It's going to get real now. Now it's getting real. Now it got real. Now it's going to get, it's real. So guess what? It starts this week. Glad you're feeling good about yourselves. But it doesn't get easier. It gets tougher. So let's get it done.
Got to find a way to be playing your best football.
Got to keep believing, Peg. That's the verdict of the week. You got to believe and keep believing because I gave it up today, man. I feel terrible about myself. I'm going to have you know that right now. I feel terrible. Brought to you by the Verdoyak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Our thanks go out to...
I did.
I know.
You saw me upset. I was swearing, cussing.
I know.
Saying bad words. Nobody was bleeping me out. Nobody was silencing my bad words.
I know. Our thanks go out to executive producer Eric Ostrowski. Kendra Smith, I'm sorry I blamed you, Kendra. It was Jake Santos.
It's Jake's fault. Quarterback, he fumbled.
Our broadcast crew, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Their guests today, CJ Gardner Johnson, Ben Johnson, and Caleb Williams. We will be back for the big division matchup next week from U.S. Bank Stadium in Minnesota. 12 noon kickoff against the Vikings. For Yurko, I'm Peggy. You have been listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. For those in the Chicagoland area, be safe. There is still a winter storm warning in effect tonight from 9 o'clock until 12 noon. As we say goodbye, we welcome the rest of you to stick around. The post-game show with Jeff and Pat is next.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
Dear football fans, elevate your game with a tough-as-nails Toyota truck. Tacoma's a big-time playmaker no matter what's in your game plan. Tundra's a tailgating MVP that works hard and plays even harder. And the 4Runner's a Hall of Famer when it comes to rugged roads. Whichever Toyota truck you choose, you're riding with a champion. Visit Toyota.com to learn more or check out your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
For the first time ever, the average age of a first-time homebuyer is in their 30s. We believe that it's still something all should aspire to. At Hearthside Realty, we work every day to make the dream of homeownership a reality for you. We know the communities we serve, and we provide the diversity of staff to help you every step of the way. And we're licensed in Illinois and Indiana. Start your journey at lennyfile.com. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile, that's FEIL.com, today.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
You've been listening to Bears football on the Bears Radio Network.
Here comes the boom, boom.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Thanks for listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Welcome to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Caleb goes to work with 4 minutes to go in the game. Shotgun snap. Little shrug, throwing short, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears, Roma Dunay! 1 yard touchdown. Little shoulder shrug. Nobody in his vicinity. Dunay with his 6th touchdown catch. 2nd and 8 from the 17. Caleb Williams under center. Drags another tight end. Smythe in motion. Here's the snap of the play fake. Williams rolling to his left, running now. 15, 10, 5. End zone! Tiptoes in. Touchdown in the blue paint. Caleb Williams, 17 yards, took care of business himself. He has had himself quite the day, running all over, in between, away from, backing up, moving left, moving right, and finally getting into the end zone with a touchdown and a Bears lead, 23-20.
Your Chicago Bears move to 6-3 with a come-from-behind victory. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and your Chicago Bears are now 6-3 as they down the New York Giants, who fall to 2-8. And I think this is going to be a theme. Pat, Jeff Meller, Pat the designer, and Jason McKee, who was on the sidelines here for your post-game coverage here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. But this feels like the theme. No apologies necessary. You get the win, and you get to celebrate. And Bears fans, celebrate with us. The Bears are now 6-3. And even though it looks like the Lions are on their way to a victory, if the Packers should fall tomorrow night on Monday Night Football against the Eagles, the Bears will be tied atop the NFC North, which is just staggering when you consider how the season began. 2 games into the season. Fabulous win for the Bears, again, in come-from-behind fashion. And Caleb Williams, really the standout star in this one. Even though he only accumulates 220 passing yards, he did have a passing touchdown, of course, that critical rushing touchdown. And the Bears, boy, oh boy, 6-3. J-Mac joins us as he's on the road, headed back from Soldier Field, and Pat, the designer's with me here as well. J-Mac, your initial thoughts about that win today?
Man, same as last week. Puzzled, shocked, happy. Man, all the adjectives that you can describe an ugly win, but a win is a win. Like we talk about all the time on our post-game show, you know, it looked in doubt for a while, and, you know, there were a lot of ups and downs, and then, you know, we came through when it mattered most, complimentary football. You know, defense coming up big, getting a critical stop, putting the offense in good position. Special teams, we get a shank punt. How about that? And then Caleb Williams seals the deal for a 17-yard scramble for a Bears dub. You know what I mean? So it's exciting. 6-3, and we are who we are.
Bears fans who are older, maybe not you, Pat, but I'm sure you know the history of it, but Bears fans of a certain age recall Sean Landeta famously in the playoffs whiffing on a punt at Soldier Field. So it was a great coincidence to see a Giants punter do the same today.
Listen, I felt like this was a Bears team that yet again, as Ben Johnson said, was opportunistic when it needed to be. Was today perfect? No. Nobody's going to come here and tell you that we were beating our chest for 4 quarters. But the one thing you can finally say about this team is if you give them a chance, they're going to go out there and get the job done. The one thing that I saw in that 4th quarter when Caleb goes down, gets the touchdown to Rome, they panned over to the Giants bench. And I'll be honest with you, it felt very familiar to many Bears fans here in Chicago looking at them because there was a look on Brian Burns' face of, we're going to do this again, aren't we? We're going to blow a lead in a game that we probably should have won. And in those moments, that's when you want to see your quarterback step up the most. In the moments where, hey, the door's been left open, there's an opportunity, whether Jackson Dart's in the game or not, take advantage of that opportunity and give yourself the best, the opportunity to put yourself in the best position to go out there and get a win. You still needed the defense to close this thing out. But when it came down to it, your quarterback did what we've been begging a quarterback to do here since I've been alive. He looked like a franchise quarterback in crunch time.
There's no doubt about it, and you saw it on full display there in the 4th quarter. And here's what struck me watching the game, what I was thinking about. Caleb Williams he's burdened with the expectations of being the number 1 overall pick in a draft. But what we got to see a lot today was the reason why he was the number 1 overall pick, because of what he has available to him, the things he can do on the football field. Very few players in this league can actually do. And what struck me as they were coming from behind was the fact that Caleb Williams overcame so many drops from his wide receivers. Now, Caleb did have a throw that he certainly could have had Roma Dunay for a potential big gain or maybe even a touchdown, that he overthrew him ever so slightly. But what was fun to see was Caleb Williams overcoming his team. And I remember so many times Patrick Mahomes there'll be a play where his receiver will either not be on the same page as him or just come up short. And usually Patrick Mahomes just kind of will smile, grin, and move on to the next play, and it never seems to bring him down. To me, that's what it felt like with Caleb Williams in the fourth quarter. Watching him overcome his teammates, letting him down, but knowing that he still was not beaten. There was still opportunities to make plays, and he did that whenever the opportunity arose there in the fourth quarter. J-Mac.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, I had an opportunity. I obviously have an opportunity to be right there on the sideline, and you know, today I paid extra attention to his demeanor when he came off the field and, you know, went to the bench. And he always goes to the bench. He's right there with the quarterback coach, J.T. Barrett, who was a former quarterback himself. As we know, at Ohio State, him and J.T., they grab the iPad. They look at the previous series on offense. They go through it. And Caleb right there, you know, the pass he had to Colson, I think it was incomplete. I think he underthrew it. You know, he looked at it. I think they were looking at that play, and, you know, he was upset, but he went back out there and did what he did. He never lets you get him down. He keeps his teammates encouraged, and that's why he's, you know, all the nicknames people have for him now in terms of his fourth quarter comebacks. I think that's his 5th fourth quarter comeback of his career. I think that's what they were saying. So it's awesome to see. You know, the passing game, yes, is going to be inconsistent. 20-mile-an-hour winds, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, he missed some throws. I mean, of course, he missed some throws. Not even a perfect quarterback's going to make every single throw. But at the end of the day, like, he has it. He has that resiliency. And it was just good to see that, you know, the defense came out. They were resilient. Offense came out and scored when it mattered most to give this Bears team a victory.
No, I agree 100%. I think there was a moment watching on the TV broadcast when he was out there. I think it was after the pass to Colston. They got the name escapes me, the player who had gotten knocked out after that, and they had the team out. Tyler Nubin out there. Thank you, J-Mac, to you know, try and get him up and get him back off the field so he could get some medical help on the sidelines. And the camera went to Caleb, and he's sitting there in the huddle, not yelling at him, but trying to fire the team up, just going like, "Look, we got this. Let's go. Let's lock in. And you can see him just so focused in those moments. Ben talked about how calm he is in those moments, how confident he is in those moments. And, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, the best thing that you could say from this game is Caleb Williams put the team on his back and won a football game for you. Caleb Williams looked like a franchise quarterback today. Caleb Williams was the reason above everything else that this Bears team ended up winning. Were there other factors that play into it? 100%. It's a team game. But you had a ton of drops from your wide receivers. You had to overcome that. A couple of overthrows from Caleb. You had, I'll be honest with you, some interesting play calling. And even Ben Johnson said in his post-game presser, there was a couple of times there where Caleb Williams had to bail me out.
Yes.
And because of his legs and because of his ability, you know, he gives you that opportunity to do it. Caleb Williams, I think Ben called him Houdini today. Mm-hmm. That's the name. There were times where you were going, oh, man, we got to figure out this next play because he just got set. Oh, snap, he's going down the sideline for a touchdown right now, or he just turned that into a 10-yard pass down the field. Like, there were so many of those moments today. I thought, you know, the win makes you look at things differently. I thought the offensive line had him in a little duress pretty much all day. And this defensive line of the Giants was able to get after him. I thought that, you know, as we talked about with the drops, the receivers didn't give him a ton of help in today's game at early on in the game. And on those fourth down tries, especially, I think 3 of the 4 that you went for go for drops in big moments. Olamide Zaccheaus had a rough day. And overall, though, like, I still leave this game and go, you got to a fourth quarter and Caleb Williams said, bet, let's put the cape on. I know we want to limit the amount of times that Caleb is Superman, but it's so incredibly impressive to see him go out there and be Superman. And I thought that's what you saw I'd say in the second half, but really that fourth quarter.
And this is something that you cannot prove, but I truly believe that the confidence that the Bears are building inside their locker room because of games like last week where you let the Bengals come back, but you don't let that beat you in that moment. You know, that win against the Raiders, the win against the Commanders, a couple of last-second wins that go your way, and all of a sudden this team is feeling like in these moments that they don't have to shrink. Yeah. They're certainly capable, and you know they believe that Caleb Williams is going to show up at the most important opportunities. He did so yet again today. I think the Bears certainly were helped out by the fact that they were able to knock out Jackson Dart. You know, the game obviously seemed to shift dramatically when Russell Wilson entered the game. Unfortunately for Russ, I do think we saw the game has kind of passed him by. He's at a stage in his career where if he wants to continue to be a backup quarterback, the opposing teams will be more than happy to see him enter the game. I actually was mentioning with Pat off the air, J-Mac, that I was actually a little bit more concerned about the possibility of them turning to Jameis Winston in the fourth quarter because, listen, like you chuckle, but the reality is Jameis is going to fling it if he gets in that situation, whereas Russ, and listen, no apologies, because this is going to happen in football. You're going to be the Bears secondary is evidence of it, that you have to deal with injuries and find a way to win football games, and that's just the takeaway. 6-3 with like realistic opportunities and belief that the playoffs here is something that in Ben Johnson's rookie season as a head coach, and it's Caleb Williams' second year, but I feel like this is his rookie year. We're going to throw out whatever last year was. So in Caleb's first real season with a coordinator who he can trust leading the way, and Ben Johnson's rookie season as a head coach, I don't know if you could realistically ask for much better than a 6-3 record.
I've never seen a third-string quarterback pray for the second-string quarterback to just go out there and do something right, J-Mac. I don't know if you could see that from your vantage point, but they had a shot of Jameis literally just like, please, Russ, come on in here. You need this blessing as much as I do. I've never seen that before.
I think one of the takeaways, and Jeff, you kind of hit on this. Being a player in that huddle, right? When the quarterback comes into the huddle and you look up and he's calling the play, right? It's players feed off players, right? They feed off that aura, right? And there's obviously with Caleb, him having these fourth quarter comebacks, him being steady throughout the game, him not getting too high, getting too low, staying even keel, right? That breeds confidence in the guys in the huddle around you, right? So I've been with quarterbacks, and I'm not going to name them. When I've gotten the huddle and they've called the play, and I'm like, they can say whatever they want to say. Hey, we're going to take this ball down, and we're going to drive, we're going to score. And I'm like, no, we're not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when he's in the huddle, I mean, it's like he's even keel. He's steady, and it seems like the guys feed off that energy. So when he gets in the huddle, he calls that play, and he's like, come on, guys. He's pumping these guys up. Like, there's a belief, there's a confidence, and that makes players – that's being a multiplier, right? And it's gonna bring the level of my play and my teammates' play up a notch, because we know we got to protect this guy, because he's gonna go out there and do his thing and give us a chance to win the football game, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, listen, that was his. I just looked it up here. That is now his sixth fourth quarter comeback in his career. His fifth game-winning drive fourth quarter comeback, and that sixth fourth quarter comeback since he's entered the NFL is the most of any quarterback in the last 2 years.
I mean, the only thing I'll say, that I don't want to read too much into it, because obviously there still needs to be bigger stages that he needs to do that on before we start saying, okay, he is, one amongst the elites in the league. But it leads me to believe that when those opportunities arise, that he won't shrink from the moment, and the possibility exists, because when you have to do that in the playoffs, that's truly when you earn that elite status, right? Like when you start to talk about, okay, Patrick Mahomes is able to lead the Chiefs when they're trailing and they need a big comeback. Josh Allen can do that against the Ravens. Maybe he can't do it against the Chiefs in the playoffs, but you get what I'm saying. Joe Burrow has done that in those big moments. Matthew Stafford has done that and helped lead the Rams.
I think the guy who he grew up idolizing, I know it's a taboo in this town, but Aaron Rodgers was one of the best at it, and seeing those traits in Caleb, to me, that's exciting to see. And I'd rather, win games 55-11. But we're not in that spot right now.
And that, I think, is in some ways the misnomer. We'll take a quick time out here, take your calls next when we come back. But that, Pat, is one of the misnomers. Like, you look around the league, you look at the best teams, and if you're a fan of a team that is not one of those elite teams, you look and you just say, oh, I want to be those great teams around the league that are winning, without any issues. The truth is, though, look at the Bills today. The Bills are 6-3, just like the Bears. They lost to the Dolphins today, a game that I don't think anybody. You might have said, okay, the Bills aren't going to cover the 9.5, but there was very few people who thought the Dolphins were going to be able to beat the Bills. It just goes to show, though, that you cannot take anybody for granted in this league. You have to show up each and every week, and even when you do, some adversity goes against you early, and you have to fight your way through it. That's what happened to the Bears today. There were some opportunities, some drop balls prevented the Bears from scoring some touchdown or scoring on some drives where it felt like they had some opportunities, and the Giants were taking advantage of that. Jackson Dart played a really good game of football. I will say his ability with his legs, I think, put the Bears in some difficult spots. Yeah. I wonder if Jackson Dart can actually survive an NFL career for more than a couple of seasons playing that way.
First quarterback with 5 straight games with a rushing touchdown.
Is it 5? I thought it was. Is it 5 or 6?
5 straight games.
Okay.
5. That's
yeah, but like,
which
nevertheless,
shocked me with the guy we had here 2 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, really? I didn't expect that. So
he can play, man. The kid
absolutely.
Can play. He's tough. He's got all the confidence in the world, and you see when the Bears, him making plays, you feed into that confidence even more, and you see he just kept making play after play, whether it was arm or his legs, and unfortunately he got injured, but that quarterback's super talented.
No doubt about it. That's Jason McKee, along with Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller. We're taking your calls, 312-332-3776. After the Bears come from behind victory at Soldier Field, they beat the New York Giants 24-20 today to move to 6-3. We'll talk to you next right here on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Illinois-born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees. Just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Give your home a beautiful makeover with help from Menards. Update any room with flooring from Tarkett. From easy-to-install sheet vinyl and vinyl plank to durable laminate flooring, Tarkett has the perfect flooring option for you. IntegraCore vinyl plank is waterproof and perfect for any room in your house. It's on sale now through November 16. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Interior of the back, they motion Daniel Bellinger, the tight end. Snapping a fake and a blitz. Dart goes down. C.J. Gardner Johnson coming and puts him down. A third down and 7, 38-yard line. 20-17, Giants over the Bears. Bears line up the line of scrimmage. 4 defensive backs back, low snap. Russell under pressure. C.J. Gardner Johnson down. He goes. Sacked. C.J. Johnson with his second sack today. He's also forced a big fumble. And the Bears are going to get the ball back with 3:01 to go in the game.
C.J. Gardner Johnson immediately paying dividends in his second game as a member of the Bears. Picks up 2 sacks. Now has 3 on the season. Also 9 total tackles in the game. C.J. Gardner Johnson making an impact. What a find by Ryan Poles. And I will also say I think we have to give a lot of credit to Dennis Allen as well, who C.J. Gardner Johnson knew well from their days in New Orleans. And I guess my immediate question to Bears fans out there is, has anybody gone so quickly from one of the more hated players of your team to how quickly we've embraced him after the great performance he's had the last 2 weeks, really helping out the Bears secondary, which, as we've talked about ad nauseum, has been decimated by injuries. J-Mac, C.J. Gardner Johnson, what an immediate impact from him.
Yeah, I interviewed him, on the field after the game, and he's just excited to have this opportunity, especially with the Bears. He said, the guys welcomed him with open arms, and him being able to come in and have some familiarity with the system that Dennis Allen has in place. He's just been able to step in and make plays, and he's excited to be here. And he's been a huge boost for this defense. So shout out to him, a guy who was watching football for about a month and a half, to come out and he's had 3 sacks in the last 2 weeks. Yeah. Had a forced fumble. He had 2 tackles for loss as well today. So I mean, a huge player stepping in, filling that void left by Kyler Gordon.
No, yeah, listen, this is one of the best, as crazy as it is to say, signings that Ryan Poles has made in his tenure here as a Bear. I mean, instant impact. And the question with CJ was never the talent. And I think that speaks the most to how different this Bears team is than Bears teams in the past. We've had guys that we passed on who had the talent, but we went, we don't want to deal with the headache that possibly could come because we don't know if we have the infrastructure to deal with it. I remember when that was brought up about Jalen Carter, the first thing I said is, if you don't think you got the infrastructure to deal with Jalen Carter, fire your coaching staff. Yeah. Like, you have a coaching staff now that's not shying away from guys who may possibly come with some baggage. Yeah. By the way, he's been nothing but fine in this building. He's been ingratiated in the locker room. The coaching staff loves this guy. He comes in, he's instantly making plays. And listen, that does make a big difference. When you make plays and you're doing all the things right, you get away with a lot more. But to me, like, the Bears taking a chance on a guy like C.J. Gardner Johnson, and maybe it is, right, J-Mac mentioned, he spent about a month not sitting out, didn't get signed to a team. Nobody wanted to take a chance on him. He's been a big piece on championship teams. Talent-wise, I think you brought in somebody who was the right guy, and I think it speaks to how different this Bears organization is right now than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, of course, he was a member of the Eagles in 2024 when they won the Super Bowl. But to your, I think it certainly helps when they're winning football games and somebody like C.J. Gardner Johnson is having the opportunity to play and make impact plays. He is somebody who doesn't necessarily go over well in the locker room if your team is struggling and he's not getting the opportunity to play. Leads me to the question, if and when Kyler Gordon is ready to return, will the Bears consider moving him outside? Now, we know that the Bears have signed him to a big money deal as a nickel back because he plays that. Yeah, he plays the slot corner. Yeah, Kyler Gordon, very well, amongst the best in the league. But because we're not really sure about when Jalen Johnson will return, if it even is this season, I think that's certainly still a question mark in the air. But if the Bears continue to play well and make a push for the playoffs, that makes Jalen Johnson returning at least more likely. But nevertheless, I do wonder, as well as C.J. Gardner-Johnson is playing J-Mac, do you think they might consider bouncing Kyler Gordon to the outside with Tyreek Stevenson when he returns, just so they can keep C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the field?
That's a huge possibility. I think that maximizes the amount of playmakers you have on the field. And we know Dennis Allen, has the creativity, right? We've seen it on the defensive front, moving guys, moving Dexter outside. He had, when Shamar Turner was healthy, he had moved Shamar inside and outside, all types of different combinations along that defensive front. And I think that is something we can see on the defensive back end. I think that, Kyler Gordon could step in and play, corner well, and keeping, a guy like C.J. Gardner-Johnson in that nickel, in that slot position, to make plays as he has done so far, since his tenure with the Bears.
Yeah, I think you got to just look at which one's better at which scenario, right? To me, C.J. Gardner-Johnson,
he can't play on the outside.
He's not an outside guy. When we've seen him do it, he's been serviceable. He hasn't been good, let's say that. But when we've seen him having to attack the quarterback, playing close to the line, he's been really, really good there and consistently. He's also been solid in playing some safety in his career as well, which he did with the Philadelphia Eagles. But to me, Kyler Gordon is the guy that has a little bit more of that versatility. And I'll be honest with you, with some of the injury history right now, maybe you want him taking shots at the quarterback a little bit less. Maybe you want him kind of in more of a coverage situation because, like you said, you paid him a lot of money to be that guy, but you can't be that guy if you're not on the field to be that guy.
Yeah, I just think ultimately, you're seeing it firsthand, C.J. Gardner-Johnson can excel at that slot corner position. And we have, from time to time, seen Kyler Gordon go to the outside, although he hasn't done it nearly as frequently as some people. But I think Gordon is somebody who could handle the outside if needed. And, Nashawn Wright, he should have had an interception, which would have been huge today.
Would have been a big
Wish he could have secured that one. But nevertheless, I'm just thinking outside the box. If C.J. Gardner-Johnson continues to play well, he's good inside the locker room when the team's winning and he's playing. And so I just wonder, if Gordon returns, if that's something we could see. Let's try Thomas, who's in St. Charles, wants to jump on in. Thomas, my man, you're on the post with J-Mac, Pat the designer, and Meller. What's up, buddy?
Thomas!
Hey, guys, awesome to talk to you. Thank you for taking my call.
No problem.
I have a question for you guys, and especially somebody like J-Mac who's played. I've been a coach for 15 years, a head coach for youth football, so I know a little bit about play calling, and I don't know even remotely as much as Ben Johnson. But I'm curious as to why the play calling in the first half, maybe into the third quarter, looks so horrible.
Yeah, I got to go back and look at the series of calls. But interesting thing, I think the first series, right? They started off with, I think, 2 straight passes or 3 straight passes before they ran the ball. I think, just trying to find the right mix. And, from a play caller standpoint, what is your formula, right? So on first down, I don't know everybody's formula, but normally you want to be 50-50, right? You want to be unpredictable, right? So it could be run passing, right? So, and then second down, we call an adjuster down. How much do I need to get on second down to make sure I'm in third and favorable, which means 3rd and 5 or less, right? So I think those are all the things that you got to put into the equation when calling plays. What is your formula? What is your game plan? What is your first 15 in terms of your script? How is it laying out? Do you have to go off script in terms of your first 15, or can you stay on script based upon your first 15 in terms of the way the game is flowing? So there's a lot of variables that go into play calling. And the main thing from good play callers, right? They're calling one play knowing it may not work to set up the next play or the one after that. So there's a lot of things that go into it. So Ben Johnson is one of the one of the top guys at doing it. That's why he's the Bears head coach. That's why, you know, he was highly coveted to come here in Chicago.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'll say here, Thomas, is that Ben Johnson has a very good history as a play caller, and sometimes things aren't going to go exactly as he plans. Sometimes the defense is going to make a play. Sometimes your receivers are going to drop some critical balls that end up ending series prematurely more than you would like. What I will say is the Bears still lead the NFL in explosives, which that to me is a huge stat that sometimes gets underrated, overlooked a little bit because it's not something that you always point to. But I'm telling you, the best offenses in the league are amongst the best teams in terms of creating explosives, and that's passing plays for over 20 yards, rushing plays for over 10, and the Bears lead the NFL in that. That is a very good sign to me. And Greg Olsen hit on this on the broadcast today, and it's not the first time I've heard it. In fact, if you look through the history of football, the best play callers in football want to actually stay out of third down.
Yeah.
They want to pick up the first down on second down before they get to that situation where they're giving the defense an opportunity to, you know, put something exotic out there, maybe run a blitz. If you can stay ahead of the sticks to the point where you're picking up first downs on second down, that's when you're at your absolute best.
Yeah, and to Thomas's point, I mean, like, it's tough to overcome the team not playing at the standard when you're play calling, right? The standard is a ball thrown to you, hit you in both hands, catch football. Like, at the basis of it, Kevin Fishman tweeted this out per PFF's charting. The Bears' 6 drops were the most by one team in a game this season. You had a lot of drops.
Feels right.
You had a lot of drops. I mean, you had a lot of opportunities that keep plays going, that keep play calling going, that you self-inflicted on yourself. And today was the kind of day, and J-Mac, you were out there. I'm assuming your hands may be a little bit cold right now with how much that wind was blowing out there because, like, there were fourth down opportunities because you couldn't kick field goals today, especially with the kicker in Cairo Santos, who's good in those moments, but maybe then, right, when you're in 35, 40 plus, that's a very different field out there at Soldier Field. And so, to me, like, I looked at this game as there were opportunities there. You didn't have guys take advantage of them. But like J-Mac said, you want it to be almost even. First half play calling, 18 pass attempts. You had 10 completed. There were probably, I would say, of the 6 drops there, probably 4 of them in the first half on important plays there. You had 15 run attempts. So not perfectly even, but close to what you want to see in a first half.
The Bears overcame some tough conditions at Soldier Field and trailing 20-10 in the fourth quarter. I don't think you in any way apologize. As we'll continue the tradition here, we'll take you inside the locker room as the Bears celebrated another victory, their 6th of the season. They're now 6-3 as they beat the Giants at Soldier Field. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer and Jason McKee. Post-game show right here on your home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Apt is your #1 destination for the home. They carry a wide range of furnaces, garage doors, and whole house generators ready to be delivered and installed by their certified and licensed technicians. Their professional sales staff is ready to help find you the perfect solutions for your home. Order from apt.com and upgrade your home appliances to prepare for the upcoming holiday season. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
This is our idea is ready to launch vision. This is the create great jobs vision. This is the we need more space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future, because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Time for a special edition of Whiskey University.
Scotch.
Whiskey University.
Scotch.
Before Waddle interrupts again, join us both for the next Whiskey U. Thursday night from 7 to 9 at Donnie G's in Elmwood Park.
We'll explore Scotland's finest, Glenfiddich, the world's most awarded single malt, and the Balvenie, my favorite. I'll be honest, I don't know what I'm tasting. I just know it's good.
Yeah, we know. But this is a lesson.
Whatever.
For those who want to learn. See you at Donnie G's in Elmwood Park.
Scotch. Please drink responsibly.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Postgame continues now. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer.
Soft cushion, they're moving, Burden in motion. First to the right, back to the left. Snap, Caleb looking left. Now Caleb, pressure coming. Burns falls off of him, trips him up. Now here's Thibodeau, steps out of that, right to the 30, to the 35. Caleb Williams runs for a first down. Avoided sacks from Burns, and Thibodeau picks up 5. 4:38 to play. Bears on the march, down 10 against the Giants. Snap to Caleb Williams. Good protection. He goes left now. A free runner, but he's running as well. To the 20, to the 15, 10, 5. Gets down near the 1. Caleb Williams was thinking touchdown, baby. 2nd and 8 from the 17. Caleb Williams under center. Drags another tight end. Smythe in motion. Here's the snap and a play fake. Williams rolling to his left. Running now. 15, 10, 5. End zone. Tiptoes in. Touchdown in the blue paint. Caleb Williams. 17 yards. Took care of business himself. He has had himself quite the day, running all over, in between, away from, backing up, moving left, moving right, and finally getting into the end zone with a touchdown and a Bears lead, 23-20.
8 carries for 63 rushing yards, including the go-ahead game-winning touchdown by Caleb Williams. When it mattered most, he let his legs do their thing, and it was magical for Bears fans in attendance at Soldier Field as they beat the Giants 24-20 today to move to 6-3. That's right, Bears fans. The Bears have now won 6 of their last 7 games after they dropped their first 2 of the season. Ben Johnson and the Bears are on quite the heater. They have a division showdown as they will try and extract a little bit of revenge at the hands of the Vikings next week in Minnesota at the Metrodome. Not the Metrodome anymore. What do they call it? The bank. Give me a bank, boys.
U.S. Bank Stadium?
U.S. Bank. Thank you, Jake. Yeah. Not the Metrodome anymore.
My brain always goes to the old names of stadiums. I'm not going to lie to you.
I know. J-Mac, did you know that? Did you know it was U.S. Bank off the top of your head, or do you just default to Metrodome like I do?
Nah, I knew it was U.S. Bank.
Right. We suck.
Listen.
I played in that, the Metrodome, man. The smallest visitors' locker room in probably the National Football League. Terrible. Horrible.
So the Bears don't have to deal with that. Yeah, and then shame on me. I should know this by now. We know that Kevin Warren had a huge hand in helping build U.S. Bank Stadium. You're right. The problem is there's just, at this point, there's so many names of stadiums in my head.
There's still the Oakland Raiders every time I start the conversation. I finished with Vegas strong, but there's still Oakland in my brain.
They were L.A., then Oakland, then L.A. for me, now Vegas.
LA.
Yeah,
Los Angeles Raiders
absolutely.
Back in the day.
No doubt about it. Of course. We should NWA, man, making the L.A. Raiders famous, right?
Okay.
Right, J-Mac?
I got nervous. I didn't know where you were going with that.
I don't even know.
J-Mac has no idea.
J-Mac, I got a little tight up here. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Where we going with this?
J-Mac, let's inform the young Pat about NWA and the history of.
I know a lot about NWA.
All right, as we do though, each and every week, it has been a fun 6 weeks, 6 of the last 7, because the Bears have actually won football games. And as we do each and every week, we bring you inside the locker room as Bears head coach Ben Johnson hands out game balls.
Hell yeah! Man, I tell you what, I feel like I'm on repeat each and every week right now. I mean, I got nothing new to say to you guys. Did you even waver for a second? You knew exactly we had them right where we wanted them. Gosh, man. Goodness gracious. Hell of a job. Took all 60 minutes. Golly, and you felt it, man. Shank punt. You capitalized. Awesome. Hey, let me say, I got 2 game balls here. 2 game balls. New addition came in 2 weeks ago. Okay. Yeah. Let me tell you something. You made some plays now. CJ, come on, big dog.
I just want to say I'm grateful for the group of guys that you guys are. I was home for almost 2 months, bro. Missing ball. And being around this group, y'all brought the love back for it. They're winning for it, and I'm just happy to be a part of a great group. Let's keep this rolling.
Man, let me tell you something now. This next guy, man, he's got ice in his veins now. And if you don't believe it now, you just wait, man. The best is yet to come, 18. Here we go.
This goes to everybody in here. It's not just me. I mean, offensive line, hell of a game. You know what I mean? Yes, I took that 1 sack in the beginning, but hell of a game to y'all, keeping us going. The energy, the effort on the sideline. Between the offense, obviously I'm not able to be on the sideline with y'all defense, but the energy, the consistency that, like Coach said, not to waver. And y'all did the same on defense. They scored or whatever happened. When it came down to it, we needed each other. We always come through every single time.
Bring it on in, gentlemen! Come on. Good, better, bad! Never let it rest! You're good, gets better! You better get better! Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3,
That's right. Hell yeah! Had him right where they wanted him, J-Mac.
Anybody got a cigarette?
20-10. That's exactly where the Bears wanted the Giants heading into the fourth quarter. I don't believe that for a second. That's not where I wanted the game.
Hey, that's where they wanted them to be, J-Mac.
We'll play the result. We'll take it.
Hey, man, half the guys were under the bench hiding. They didn't know what. Hey. Man, I mean, it's just, it was the emotion, right? You talk about the emotion, and I know you guys watching the game, on the TV or wherever you watch it at. I mean, me on the sideline, the emotion, I'm like, these, better not lose these goddamn Giants. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and it's cool, we talk about the comeback and Caleb, the mindset and the ability to come back. But at the end of the day, too, it's a catch-22 because it's like, man, why do we have to come back against the Giants? Why can't we just win a game decisively? A team that's been struggling, a team that looked like us last year. You know what I'm saying? Just being in close games and not being able to finish. Why can't we just really stomp somebody that we're supposed to stomp? Why does it have to be close? But it's the NFL. That's how majority of these games go, on Sunday. Despite, I'm watching the Detroit Lions just completely dismantled the Commanders. Why can't we do somebody like that? I hate to compare, but we're going to be playing these teams in a couple weeks. Why can't we just punish somebody like that?
No, I agree, and I think that's the part of this that, listen, today wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Your defense has a lot of issues. As much as we can praise C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think we can praise as well Montez Sweat. There were people that were begging, that were telling me, that were screaming at the top of their lungs that Austin Booker was going to be the guy, and I'm not saying that he's not still going to be that guy. I hope he is. I wanted the Bears to draft him in the fourth round over the punter who keeps kicking footballs into the end zone. That's not what you were told me. I was told that you were going to do. But today was a day where every time I looked over at Austin Booker, he was getting handled on that opposite side of Montez Sweat. So do you have an answer there? Now, it's only second week in, right? There's only second opportunity.
Now you see why Dennis Allen doesn't like his DNs lighting the ass.
He wants a little heft. There was a reason they went out. But I'll tell you, listen, you went out and got somebody who's a little heavier on the backside, if you will. Joe Tryon Shoyinka didn't look very good on that side either. In fact, every single time where there was a key play that they needed to make sure that they got it completed, they made sure they sent it to the side that Montez Sweat wasn't on. So, you still got some issues on this team that you have to overcome. But, Jeff, again, I keep saying this. The biggest thing for me in all of this is that you've got these issues. We can all clearly see these issues. But last year you were seeing these issues on the receiving ends of L's.
Yeah.
This year you're seeing these issues, and your quarterback is overcoming those things and finding ways to win. And I think today, like I said it, I put it out on Twitter. I said, these are the things that make me believe that Caleb Williams is a franchise quarterback. These were the moments when Justin Fields were here where we would go almost.
Short circuit,
you could have had it,
collapse.
or all the drop passes. Well, how do you win football games if you're dropping the football like that? Caleb Williams is showing you that it is possible. He's showing you that you can do it. Is it going to take, maybe I take off running at the end of a game and I do a little Houdini and don't end up getting tackled? That's what everybody said that he couldn't do that Justin did do. You saw in today's game, they couldn't get that young man to the ground. He was able to use his speed to get away, and he was able to use his speed to get into the end zone. You're seeing that and then some now, and it's coming on the receiving ends of wins. That's not something to scoff at in the NFL.
Let's slip Sal in before we take a quick timeout. Sal's in Connecticut, wants to talk about Caleb in the 2-minute drill. Sal, what's going on, bud? You're on the post with Meller, Pats, and McKee. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, 2 points. First, I would start Poston Loveland and Latham Burrow. You need to put those two guys in there.
For Burden.
Yes.
Okay.
Those guys need to get between 10 to 15 targets a game.
Well, 10 to 15 is pretty strong, Sal. That's a lot, but I definitely would co-sign your idea that they need to be more involved in the passing game going forward.
On Caleb Williams, if you look at the fourth quarter when they were down, he went off script. He kind of reminds me of John Elway, watching him when I was growing up. In the fourth quarter, when he went off script, just like Caleb Williams, they were performing. If you watch, when he's on script, he's struggling, but when he's off script, he's performing. And this fourth quarter this week, and even last week, when he's off script and he's doing his thing like he was doing in college, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, that's. I don't know if we're seeing that anymore. I think we got to update our narrative on that.
What's that?
Caleb delivered the football really well today, throughout the entire game. We just gave the stat on PFF, and I feel like we saw that last week as well. Caleb delivered the football really well last week, on schedule, on time. In fact, I would say Caleb has been a little bit worse off schedule over these last few weeks than he has been on schedule. I think that Caleb Williams is playing the quarterback position the way that we want to see it played. And he also is able to add in every now and then. I got to throw a spin-a-rooney in there and get out of a pocket and get away, and all of a sudden you deliver a tough pass. But I feel like Caleb Williams is doing a good job actually playing within the process of the tackles when the pass rush isn't getting to it. I thought the Giants today, to credit them on anything, did a really good job of getting pressure around Caleb Williams, and he had to create something. It didn't feel like he was holding the football too long or he was waiting for the tackles to come. So, it actually felt like Caleb made the offensive line better.
One of the better pass rushing units in all of football, the Giants, had no sacks on Caleb today.
Yeah.
And
Brian Burns is the sack leader in the NFL.
Yeah. And there, and Kayvon Thibodeau was a highly drafted pick. He's a top 5 pick, and on the other side there, obviously, I think the issues for their man in the middle, the interior all-pro.
Dahlman struggled a little bit right there.
What's up?
Dahlman having some struggles.
No. I'm talking about on the Giants.
Oh, on the Giants. Okay.
Dexter Lawrence.
Thank you, Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence is a beast. I mean, it's going to be a battle. I mean, that's a tough matchup.
but Dexter Lawrence has had a down year this year, and that has been chronicled quite a bit by Carl Banks, an all-time great for the Giants, who does the radio call for the Giants. But nevertheless, they're still one of the better pass rushing units in all of football, the Giants, that is.
Yeah.
And the Bears did not allow a sack today. They did not turn the football over, at least via the interception. Did they have a fumble?
Did the Bears have a fumble? No, Bears did not have a fumble today.
Let's keep it real. So the Giants should have had about 4 sacks. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, 100%.
They should have had, and I mean, just the pocket presence of Caleb, right? The awareness, and then the strength and ability to get out of the grasp of tacklers, right? I mean, Brian Burns had him in a headlock, and he got out of that. Kayvon Thibodeau had him in a headlock, and he got out of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's you have a quarterback that has an innate ability to understand he feels pressure. You know what I mean? And he understands how to get out of pressure. He has a strength and a mindset to get out of pressure and extend plays. And, we're not apologizing for that. Like, he's going to he had some plays, incomplete passes when he extended the play and got off schedule, and he didn't complete the pass. But when you have a quarterback that can do that, he always gives you a chance. And
no doubt about it.
That's what we want from a quarterback.
And it's what we didn't see last year. I think they put the stat on the broadcast last season. At this point, he had 30 sacks. This season, he's cut that completely in half.
Yeah, and that's, again, one of the things. Sacks are drive killers. They're not as bad as an interception, but they're usually going to end your drives pretty consistently. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer and Jason McKee, post-game show, talking with you, 312-332-3776. If you want to join the party with us, right here on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
The holidays are never as magical as I imagine.
To that, Paramount Theater in Aurora says,
"Hold my eggnog."
Because it's going to be a white Christmas. This generational family favorite is coming to Aurora. Paramount Theater adds their flair to the classic holiday tale. Epic dance numbers, magical costumes, and timeless music. White Christmas on the spectacular Paramount stage. November 12th through January 11th. Get tickets at the Paramount Theater box office or ParamountAurora.com. When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain. Whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches, you don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids, Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone, You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Postgame continues now. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Caleb goes to work with 4 minutes to go in the game. Shotgun snap. Little shrug. Throwing short. End zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears. Roma Dunay. 1 yard touchdown. Little shoulder shrug. Nobody in his vicinity. Dunay with his 6th touchdown catch.
You know, there's hope, there's belief, and then there's knowing. You know, we're operating in the know right now. Understand that when we get to those 2-minute situations, when we get to those opportunities where we go ice the game, we're going to go make it happen. And we know we're going to make it happen.
Confident Roma Dunay, who was peppered with targets today. If you were watching James, hope you enjoyed that one. We all enjoyed that performance by Roma Dunay. Love James Dunay. 6 catches, 86 yards.
Did you see him drop a thanks, Dad, too? Did you see him drop a thanks, Dad?
Absolutely, man. James, listen, you got a little squeaky wheel gets the grease, and James got Rome some more targets today. He comes up with 6 catches, 86 yards, and that touchdown that you heard right there. And you heard Rome talk about the belief by the Bears inside the locker room that they are starting to believe each and every week after they've now won 6 of their last 7 games to improve to 6-3 after their 24-20 win over the Giants today. Jeff Meller along with Pat the Designer and Jason McKee, who was on the sidelines for the Bears win at Soldier Field today. Let's take your calls here. We'll get going with Chase on the south side. Our buddy, what's going on, Chase?
Hey, guys, what's going on? How you guys doing?
What's happening, Chase?
Bear
win.
Man.
We good. We good.
Man, what the safety king said, we need another one of those. Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you for moments.
Yeah. That has to do with Sanford and Son, not something else.
Look at Pat the
something
Designer.
else. I love me some Sanford and Son.
History of television.
Be careful, Chase. Be careful.
It's more of a 227 guy myself, but okay.
Okay. Before I get to my point, I got a list of guys on here who I don't want to see on this. I don't want to see on this team anymore. I don't want to see them play next week.
Come on,
okay,
Chase,
I got
don't
number
take
1.
the victory, son.
No. Number 1. Zacchaeus. I don't want to see him on the field anymore. All right, he can't catch a cold. The other guy, Noah Sewell, he's terrible. He's awful. His tackling was terrible. And number 3, I don't want to see Nashawn Wright. Terrible. He can't cover.
Who's going to play, Chase?
He can't cover a blank
Somebody got to play, Chase.
Stop, Chase.
Anybody but him. I go out there and do it. Hey, but I would say this much right now, guys. I would say this much. I'll say this much. The play of the game to me, I think, that saved the game, nobody's talking about, was the Brisker play at the quarterback, because that was 7. If he catches that ball, that's 7. That saved him 7 points. And I think had he caught that, we could have looked at it down almost about 14 points by half, maybe 21. 21-0. So I think that play by Brisker made break up that ball. I think that was the play of the game to me.
Not bad, Chase. I will submit Brian Daboll's decision to kick a field goal on the 1 yard line to only go up 10 on the Bears as my play of the game. That certainly was one that had you scratching your head. And then, J-Mac, man, when the Bears then also were flagged for too many men on the field, he could have then, it was half the distance to the goal. It was, I get it. Like, he was trying to stand by his decision at that point, didn't want to take the points off the board. But, man, 4th and goal from the 1.
That's that violent.
Like,
yeah, it's you're trying to win a game or you're trying to stay in a game,
and they were winning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're trying to put the game away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Knowing that these Bears have shown you the ability to come back. You know what I mean? If they're going to come back, I'm going to make them really come back. Not leave the door open. I need to shut the door.
You're going to have to drive 99.
But everybody, I mean, hey, that's his philosophy. That's what he did, and it worked in our favor. Or worked in the Bears' favor. So
just in case people thought I was joking when I said when I look at that team, I see us from last season. Against the Cowboys, the Broncos, and the Bears, the Giants had a 92% chance, a 99% chance, and a 96.9% chance to win the football game, and they found a way to lose all 3 of those football games. I didn't think it was possible for there to be 2 fluces in the end zone, but apparently the flus is deuce.
Hey, flus gonna find you one down the street, and it's not gonna be pretty.
Hey, J-Mac, listen,
it might be soon because
I need money.
Matt Eberflus may not be coaching the Dallas Cowboys defense for very long.
Hey, J-Mac, what is it? I sue. Matt Eberflus, come find me. We can have a conversation, but if it's more than that, I sue.
He's gonna put the paws on you.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I'm looking to come up a couple mil. I'll do better calling the defense for the Cowboys than he's doing right now.
But here's the thing, right? Chase's point, I understand, right? Talking about the kids, and yeah, there was a lot of drops today. I get it. And I'm not making an excuse for these guys because I'm going to say this, right? It's very hard to catch the dang football. 20-mile-an-hour wind. It's cold, right? You still got to catch it. You're paid a lot of money. You're paid a king's ransom to catch the ball, right? We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Catch the ball, right? We saw instances where, right, Caleb extended the play. He rolled out to his right, extending the play, throws that ball, puts it on the money. What happens? The kid drops a potential touchdown pass, right? But you got to have, like, those plays right there, right? Those are plays, especially with the schedule we have coming up, that you got to have.
Yes.
Yeah. You got to have. You got to have that against the Vikings this week. You're going to have that against Detroit when you play them again. You're going to have that type of play playing Green Bay twice, in which you have coming up on the horizon. You got to have those type of plays if you want to have a chance to get into the playoffs. So, it's very difficult to play in the elements, but at the end of the day, football is football, and you got to come down with those catches, especially when you have that opportunity to do so, and that's what you're paid to do. So I understand what he's saying, but they're not sorry. They're professionals. They're the best of the best.
They're the best of the best.
They got to play better for sure. They definitely got to play better. And to play by Noah Sewell, like the roughing the passer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so hard to sack a quarterback. Like, you literally, in today's NFL, you have to pick the quarterback up and lay him on the ground, give him a blankie, give him a pacifier. Are you okay, quarterback?
Unless he plays for the Bears, J-Mac.
Yeah.
Unless he plays for the Bears.
That was maddening, is that Caleb later in the same game, he slides early, gives himself up, which I will give Caleb all the credit in the world, that I like the fact that he understands that, and he does this to the point where he should not be taking any extra hits from defenders, because Caleb frequently gives himself up 2 or 3 yards earlier than I believe he needs to, because he doesn't want to risk the stupid potential concussion that Jackson Dart suffered today, because he's out there playing like his hair's on fire, which you can appreciate that if you're a fan and you're like, I love this guy. He doesn't care about the hit. He'll take the hit. He wants to play football. He loves football. But the reality is, too, there's something to be said for being smart about what you're doing as the signal caller of your team.
Yeah.
You want to be out there as often as possible. And unfortunately for the Giants, fortunately for the Bears, Jackson Dart puts himself in position over and over again to take those hits. Caleb does not. So when Caleb gets kneed in the head, in the back of the helmet, when he slid first and then doesn't get a call shortly after Jackson Dart does get a call, that's what is maddening, I think, to fans out there, the inconsistency.
And
if you're going to call it both ways. It was a pretty simple call to flag the Giants on that play when Caleb gave himself up.
And it keeps the drive going. I think the big thing is, right, excuse that the booth gives in those moments. Greg Olsen, listen, I love Greg.
Greg Olsen's good. That was a bad.
I love Greg, but he said with Noah Sewell, he says, there's not much the defender can do there, but you got to be smarter. That's why we're throwing that flag on that one. We know that's how they call it.
I agree with that. Noah Sewell, I love it. I hear you, J-Mac. Like, what can a defender do? Unfortunately, in that situation, I look at there were 2 or 3 Bears defenders who already basically had their arms around Jackson Dart. So
you didn't have to come in.
My coaching technique, if I'm DA, if I'm Dennis Allen, I'm saying, you know what, Noah, I love that you want to get him to the ground. You got to know the situation, and you got to know you're going to be flagged because there's nothing for a defense. There's nothing more that'll crush you when you think you make a huge play to put the team behind the sticks, only to have it go the other way and become a first down.
But there's also nothing that'll get you cut more if you don't go in 100% and then the quarterback gets away. Like if you know Sewell,
he wasn't getting away there.
Sure, 100%.
I think you have to know that in that moment.
But that's a tough judgment call to make on the fly. But then Caleb Williams, like, it's incidental contact. Which if that's incidental, I ain't gonna lie to you. That looks like when I used to say it was an accident when me and my brother would be play fighting and I'd hit him in the head or something. He'd be like, oh, it was an accident, even though we were doing the exact thing that this could have happened from. Like the calls
just
on that,
you got to call it both ways.
Completely inconsistent from the refereeing crew.
That's maddening. Let's take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will continue to take your calls as the Bears beat the Giants for their 6th win in their last 7 games. They're now 6-3. They are tied with the Lions, and the Packers 5-2-1 take on the Eagles tomorrow night on Monday Night Football. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer. Post-game show right here on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Chicago, it's time to feel the blue and red pride. DePaul Blue Demons basketball is back and better than ever. Come experience the fast-paced action, the electric atmosphere, and the roar of the crowd at Wintrust Arena. Don't miss your chance to see Big East battles and rising stars lighting up the court. Bring your family, your friends, and your school spirit to the heart of the city. Tickets are on sale now. Visit DePaulBlueDemons.com to secure your seats. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com. DePaul basketball, where Chicago plays. See you at the game, Blue Demon Nation.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. 4 Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears.
Here comes the
ESPN Chicago.
Another receiver, snap is back. Caleb in trouble with Thibodeau, but evades, and then help from Benedette. Wings it over the middle. It's caught by Loveland to the 45-yard line of the Bears. 46-yard line and a first down. But man, Caleb, against the grain, throws that ball, and it wasn't on target. Colson had to reach behind him with every bit of his length to catch that ball. A very difficult pass play all the way around, converted by these 2 young men.
Never a doubt in Caleb's mind, offensive mind, defensive mind. Like we got the whole quarter left to go make something happen, and went out there and did it. And shout out to everyone just for staying consistent, staying in it.
Colston Loveland showing you why today that he was the 10th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, making a great snag to keep the Bears drive moving. Big first down pickup by him as he backs up his career day last week, the game-winning touchdown against the Bengals. 6 catches for 118 yards and a couple of touchdowns last week. He comes back with 4 for 55 today, including that big catch today, which, again, I'll say it. We had the caller earlier talk about how he wants to see more from Loveland and Burden.
Yeah.
I believe he said 10 or 15 targets. That's a lot.
It's a little bit of a lot.
If we're going to get 10 or 15 targets to Colston Loveland, Luther Burden, and I have to imagine he wants Roma Dunay to get 10 or 15 targets.
Yeah.
That's 30 to 45 targets a game. That's a lot of targets and not leaving
Gotta
the
run
left
that football.
But what I do love is that you have Loveland, you have Roma Dunay, and you've got Luther Burden, who we're seeing, little glimpses of Luther Burden.
Yeah.
I think we all see the potential that's there for him, the Bears' second-round pick this year. And what I'm looking at is that, hey, when DJ Moore leaves the game injured, what I love is that you have all these skilled playmakers still on your roster where it doesn't feel like, oh, no, how are you going to survive this? It's, oh, that sucks. Hopefully DJ Moore's okay. But guess what? I know we've got other playmakers who are just champing at the bit to step in and take their opportunity and run with it.
Yeah, we talked about it. I mean, as the season continues to go on, the draft that in week 3 of the season that everyone was losing their mind over feels like a pretty good draft. I mean, you had 3, it feels like 3 right now of your, how many picks? 7 picks that you made that feel like they are hits. Colston Loveland absolutely feels like he's a hit at a minimum, right? It's not that every single week they've gone out there and done this, but how they've been developed. Colston Loveland on that highlight we just played, massive adjustment, great catch, hands catch, secures the football, takes a shot, comes down. He's not the one that's on the ground dealing with the injury because he's got the body. A big concern on him was, is he going to be sturdy enough to take these hits because he was banged up in college. Looks like it when you see him in those moments. Luther Burden, every time you throw the ball his way, I mean, he's very much a DJ Moore type of wide receiver. Doesn't want to go down, good reception, a good hand catcher, and can turn something or nothing into something in a major way. And now Kyle Monangai, you've added into that mix as well. I think you look at this Ryan Poles draft very differently now here as you've seen a little bit more of the development that Ben Johnson has put a lot of these guys through.
Yeah, I like it. I just like the fact that, especially in Colston's case, he's contributing now, right? We didn't see that throughout the first few weeks. Everybody, we're talking about where's the tight end, and I would like him to be targeted more as well. Maybe not, the amount that our caller had said, but
15 is a lot, J-Mac.
You look at the first half, the tight ends weren't even. I don't think there was a target to either tight end in the first half of the game. So keep in mind, these targets came the second half of the game. And the thing that encouraged me the most about Colston Loveland, like my biggest question mark for him when he was drafted was, is he physical enough to block on the NFL level? We knew he could make plays in the passing game. He did that in Michigan. We knew he was a vertical threat to stretch the field and put stress on the defense. He did that in Michigan. But what we didn't know is, could he block as well as he can? Right? I'm not saying he's the most dominant tight end blocker, but he's a willing blocker. He's physical, especially on the perimeter. I think he's a really good blocker. Being a young tight end that he is, and he's only going to get better. So that's one of the things that really encourages me about Colston Loveland and Kyle Monangai. You already know my love for the
big Monangai.
Yeah, I mean he's been fantastic for where he was drafted. He's perfect what they asked him to do. When you give it his opportunities, he makes the most of it. And both of these young guys, along with Luther Burden, they're gaining more and more confidence. And these 3 guys are just scratching the surface of how good they will be and how good they can be.
Let's go on to the phones. We will bring Brett, who's in Moni, in. What's up, Brett?
Brett.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening, man?
I was thinking about how we're joking about and almost mocking Ben Johnson for saying that we had him exactly where we wanted him.
Yeah.
But this year in particular, if you're in striking distance, that is where you want to be in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Ideally, you'd love to be up, 40. But
I take it. We don't take it.
Yeah, as long as there's a chance and time on the clock, they can and have proved that they will. And I'm just going to reference 3 times last year where we did have them where we want them, the block kick, the Hail Mary, and the time running out against the Lions on Thanksgiving. So this is where we want them, and we're winning these games. I don't know why there's so much pessimism.
No, I don't think no one's pessimistic about it, Brett. I think just
maybe Chase. Chase did want to cut 4 people after the day. That was a little wild.
That's fair. That's fair. I just think, listen, and I think Ben Johnson's tongue was firmly planted in his cheek as he was addressing his team, saying we had him right where we wanted him. But that just feeds into the testament of, hey, they're never out of a game as long as the scoreboard allows them the opportunity within a score.
I think 4-1 this year in 1-score games.
Well, I'm sure you're probably right.
In the fourth quarter, I believe so. That, not to say, right, again, we would rather be winning. But in these moments, you've seen time and time again the Chicago Bears offensively have gotten the job done, especially in the late moments of games. Caleb Williams now 4 game-winning drives this season.
You are correct. They're 4-1 in 1-score games this year.
Those are things you can't scoff at, because those are things that, as your team gets better, they're traits that you continue to be able to rely on. Nobody feels comfortable to this day if you give Aaron Rodgers the last drive of the game.
Most NFL games, J-Mac, you can speak to this. You were in the league for a long time. You saw it firsthand. It hasn't changed over the years. Most NFL games end in 1 score. So that just means that if you've got a guy like Caleb Williams who you can trust and believe in, that he's never out of it, it gives you that much more confidence as a team. You just keep the game close, and you're going to have an opportunity at the end to put the ball in his hands, and then he'll allow his playmakers or he'll allow his legs to go make a play and hopefully win it for you. And the one thing I do really appreciate is I do think Ben Johnson, as a head coach, I said this, I feel like I say this every week, guys, but there's a learning curve for him too. But what I have confidence and faith in every time I listen to him talk, what I've seen so far, is that he's somebody who's going to learn from what's happening in front of him. I'm not even going to say mistakes. I don't think he has to learn from mistakes, but I think he learns from each situation. And I have confidence that Ben Johnson, being a bright guy, understands football in 2025 and how to put the Bears in best position to win football games.
Without a doubt. And franchise quarterbacks, you want them to have that gene, right? You want them to have the ability to close. And Caleb Williams shows that. He has shown us so far early in his career that he is a closer. Yeah. And we've seen it, with 5 times he's done that already. And like you said, it's one thing to have the talent to be able to do a lot of things, but it's another thing to be willing to put in the work. And we've heard that from Coach Johnson time and time again, that Caleb's a willing worker, right? I think one of the questions he was asked during his post-game press conference was, does he ever get tired? Well, no, he works at it in practice as well. So it's not only from the physical standpoint that he gives you the ability to win games and to close games, but he's putting in the work. He's preparing, right? Mm-hmm. He's not just showing up and relying just on his talent, right? He's putting in the work, so that way he has a firm understanding of defenses. He has a firm understanding of what it takes to play quarterback in this league at a high level. And when you have that and you have a coach that has the creativity, right, that has the ability to develop a quarterback, I mean, it's a recipe for success. So, like we said, it's we got to keep in mind, right, it's Caleb's 2nd year, and this year is halfway through. So he's been in the league for about a year and a half when you really time it out. So he's only going to, if he puts in the work, he'll continue to get better, but no better person to help him develop than having Ben Johnson at the helm. And when you have a guy that's willing to put in the work, well, then, hey, the sky can be the limit if he actually, sticks to the process.
312-332-3776. We'll continue to take your calls, hanging out with you until 7:30 tonight, reacting to yet another Bears win. They're 6th in their last 7 tries. They now move to 6-3 after a 24-20 win at Soldier Field today. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer. We will let you hear from Caleb Williams as J-Mac had a chance to talk with him after leading the game-winning drive. We'll share that with you right around 7 o'clock, right here on the Post-Game Show on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. not a temporary rate. No hidden fees. Just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
When the lunch hour hits, fuel up like you mean it with Lunch at the Lodge at your local Twin Peaks. Dig into hearty, crave-worthy classics that hit the spot fast, like their juicy cheeseburger and fries, grilled fresh to order and stacked high. Go lighter but loaded with flavor with a fresh chicken Caesar salad or the fan-favorite turkey avocado smash. Really hungry? The crispy golden chicken tenders and fries are ready when you are. Quick from the kitchen, satisfying on the plate. It's Lunch at the Lodge. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Apt is your #1 destination for the home. They carry a wide range of furnaces, garage doors, and whole house generators ready to be delivered and installed by their certified and licensed technicians. Their professional sales staff is ready to help find you the perfect solutions for your home. Order from apt.com and upgrade your home appliances to prepare for the upcoming holiday season. For free and local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696. And we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
4th down and 1. Out to the left is Wandale Robinson. Picking him up tight is Tyreek Stevenson. Under center and 3 big bodies at the right side of the line. Play fake to Singletary. Loops into the end zone. Up in the air. It's Bellinger. And it's ripped out of there by Brisker. Incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown. Daniel Bellinger cannot hang on. The Bears knock it away. They'll take over at the 19. Shotgun fake to Tracy. Dart again. He's got Illuminor out in front on the block. Breaks free of one tackle and then a fumble. Ball come out. Bears have taken it away. Dart gives up the football. Far side of the field recovered by Nahshon Wright. Nahshon Wright continues to help take the ball away.
Was really glad that Nahshon Wright was able to recover that fumble because he was not able to secure the interception in the end zone earlier in the game, which would have ended a Giants drive against the Bears. But he comes up with that huge fumble recovery And I have to believe that Jackson Dart, the concussion, was playing an issue on that one. It seemed like he certainly should have had the recovery on that ball. Even though the ball got knocked out of his hands, it looked like he was coming down with it and actually in the process of recovering it before he ultimately did cough it up and lose it. And that obviously turned out to be a huge critical turnover for the Bears defense, which, hey, they may not be able to stop you, but every now and then a takeaway or two, and that seems to be enough for this team as they are playing complementary football in that fashion. And you love to see it as they beat the Giants 24-20 for their 6th victory of the season, which, by the way, that is more than they had all of last year.
Yeah.
The 6-3 Bears, with still having 8 games remaining on their schedule, have more wins than they had all of last season. Gentlemen, that's pretty good.
Maybe that's the under-talked about part on the show today. That's, I mean, listen, it shows the night and day difference that coaching makes, that belief in those coaches make, and you love to see it. And there's still a team that's improving. I love how Ben Johnson said today, like the plan is not changed. Our goal is to still be playing our best football by December, and we will be playing our best football by December. Let's hope that is the case, because you got some tough games in December that you're going to have to figure out. And the one thing, if there's any knock, and J-Mac, let me know if I'm tripping on this. There's any knock on Caleb from today, and maybe it was just earlier in the game. I thought he got a little bit better as the game went on. He got to get a little softer with some of those touch passes. He's firing missiles in the cold, and I'm not going to say that every drop that the receivers had
he makes it harder
because of that.
Yeah, he makes it a little.
J-Mac, you've caught the football in this cold weather. It's got to be difficult when somebody's firing it at you like that.
Yeah, and I've had missiles fired at me in this cold weather. I can show you my fingers, shaped like a V to prove it. but I mean, you're right. It's having a strong arm is one thing, right? But elite quarterbacks, we know they throw with what? Anticipation, accuracy, right? Touch.
Yep.
Touch is huge, because here's the thing: when you're firing a missile, that ball's tipped off the receiver, tipped in the air. That ball's more than often is intercepted in the NFL, and that's the quarterback's fault. So, yeah, and that's a part of the growth. We talked about. That's a part of learning. When a young Kyle Orton that I played with, when he came in as a rookie, he used to throw fastballs on a check down. We're 5 yards away from him. He's throwing a fastball. And I can recall one of those fastballs on a check down in practice. It hit Thomas Jones upside his head. It left a Wilson mark on his helmet. And Thomas Jones went and grabbed that football, and he fired it back at Kyle Orton. And guess what? Kyle Orton developed touch real fast after that. That was growth and development. And I'm not saying do that to Caleb. It's a different NFL. But, yeah, I mean, quarterback, you're trying to make a play. He's throwing a fastball. And those are things that, he'll learn as he goes throughout his career. Like, everything doesn't have to be a fastball.
Speaking of, let's bring it full circle here. A lot of people don't know this, but, Pat, Thomas Jones played football before he started in Straight Outta Compton.
Yes, he did.
So for those of you who don't remember, Thomas Jones, Bears running back, teammates of Jason McKee way back in the day. Now, obviously, a star on plenty of movies and television shows.
He's on Power now? Is he on Power now? Shout out to Thomas Jones.
I mean, like,
shout out to Jones.
He might be in Power. He's always in something. He'll pop up on everything.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think he's trying to make a case to have a better film career as an actor than a football player, and he had a hell of a football career.
Yeah.
So great work by him.
Hey, J-Mac, when they add the middle initial in there, it's a different ball game now. You ain't playing football no more. He threw that Q in there.
Well,
he's Thomas Q Jones now.
No, that's
his acting name.
Yeah, you have to, because the problem is you cannot have. If someone has your name first as a member of the Screen Actors Guild, you have to then use something to differentiate. So whether it be a middle initial or whatever you want to do. And obviously Thomas Jones is not a name that is all that uncommon, so he's not going to be the first.
Yeah, okay.
Thomas Q. Jones.
Yeah,
there
Thomas Q. Jones. Shout out to T. Jones, man.
So we'll zip around the league, give you the latest scores here as all the early games have now officially wrapped up. Actually, let's do that now, and then we'll take a quick timeout after that, and we'll bring you Caleb Williams' interview with Jason McKee after the win today here. Heard right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. But of course, Bears beat the Giants 24-20 to move to 6-3. Giants fall to 2-8 on the season. A little bit of an upset here in Miami. The Dolphins, we talked about a little bit earlier, beat the Bills 30-13. And oh, by the way, Buffalo did not score until the fourth quarter. quarter. So the Dolphins handled them today. Ravens did the Bears a favor, downing the Vikings in Minnesota at U.S. Bank Stadium earlier today. Ravens win that one 27-19. Pat a little disappointed with Justin Jefferson's performance. Not helping him out at all on his fantasy squad. As J.J. McCarthy did not follow up his good game last week with a good one.
But keep it up next week.
There you go. Exactly. The Bears will definitely take one of those from J.J. McCarthy. The Jets, they beat the Browns 27-20 as Justin Fields got the start there. The Patriots, boy, break up the Patriots. They're now 8-2 after a 28-23 victory in Tampa Bay. Huge breakout day by their second-round draft pick, Travion Henderson, who it sounded like, if you believe the reports, the Bears were very interested in had he been on the board instead of Luther Burden. But the Patriots, one pick in front of the Bears, they landed Travion Henderson. He had 2 long touchdowns today, 147 yards. The Saints beat the Panthers 17-7. You try and figure out what the Panthers are going to do each week. I dare you. All I can tell you is that I know Rico Dowdle will have a great celebration that he's pulling from Key and Peele. He did the fake.
I saw
the fake pump today.
I saw
no pumps at all from Rico Dowdle.
The fact that he actually got flagged on that is elite.
I loved it. That was one of my favorite things from last week. Rico Dowdle going for the second pump and still getting flagged after his second touchdown. Yes. Well, that was obviously, as we saw Keegan-Michael Key say, that was never actually the truth. They just drew it up as a great sketch. Nevertheless, the Texans beat the Jags 36-29. The Jags coughed that one up in Houston today. They're going to be kicking themselves. The Seahawks, how about this? They crushed the Cardinals 44-22. The Seahawks actually led 35-0 before the clock hit 8 minutes in the second quarter. I mean, they boat raced the Cardinals, and their defense scored a couple of touchdowns in that one to put it away early. The Rams beat the 49ers 42-26 in an NFC West showdown. The Rams now 7-2. 49ers fall to 6-4. And the Lions, they drubbed the Commanders. A little bit of revenge for their playoff loss last season at the hand of the Commanders. The Lions win 44-22. Most entertaining thing about that, in my opinion, Donald Trump in the booth along with Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma. That was something, I will say.
Love
that.
These guys.
And
Big Vilma guys.
We'll leave it at that. You know what? One more score. The Berlin game, the Berliner. The Colts beat the Falcons 31-25 earlier this morning as Jonathan Taylor went for another 244 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns, including the game winner in overtime as they treated the fans in Germany to a good game of football. The Colts are now 8-2. The Falcons fall to 3-6. I'm Jeff Meller along with Pat the Designer, Jason McKee with us, taking your calls on the post-game show. Up next, Caleb Williams talked to J-Mac after the game. We'll share it with you next right here on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
We have a website to compare multiple plans and prices in one place, and people who can help you for free. Community-based navigators and brokers, certified by the state.
And we have live customer service.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Postgame continues now. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer.
(24-20). Bears win their sixth game of the season, which means they have already secured more dubs in 2025 than they had in all of 2024. And they've still got 8 games remaining on the schedule. And the Bears are more than in the hunt right now. It certainly feels like they're building some momentum as they try and make the playoffs a real possibility in Ben Johnson's first season as the Bears head coach. And as I speak right now, the Bears are currently firmly entrenched in that 7-seed spot in the NFC at 6-3. Of course, the Lions are 6-3, so they're both tied, but the Lions have the tiebreaker because of that Week 2 win over the Bears. But the Bears will have a chance for some revenge in the final game of the season when Detroit comes to Soldier Field. Packers 5-2-1, so they're going to need to win if they're going to stay in front of the Bears and Lions in the division on Monday Night Football. They play the Eagles tomorrow night. The Seahawks 7-2 atop the NFC, and then the Bucks are 6-3, Rams 7-2, also currently in the playoffs. The 49ers at 6-4 on the outside looking in. And I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer and Jason McKee. J-Mac, of course, on the Bears broadcast, along with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer. He's on the sidelines for all the games. And J-Mac, we're going to play your interview with Caleb Williams after the game. Any thoughts as we set it up here that you want to share with the folks before we play it for them?
No, let's do it. It's always good to hear, what was going through what was his mindset in the critical situations and just the overall mood and mindset of the team, after building confidence after winning 2 games in a row in the fashion that they wanted in. So listen to it, and hopefully y'all like it.
Love it. J-Mac with Caleb Williams after the win today.
You're here with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. Caleb, another come from behind victory. What is it about the fourth quarter that just makes you and this offense flip that switch?
Yeah, I think it's a collective. I wouldn't just say it's the offense.
I think, defense starts holding guys down, and suffocating guys, when it hits that late in the game. And so we're a team that preaches full 60 minutes. If there's more that's needed, we'll go do that too. But we preach full 60 minutes here. And so I think we've done a good job with that, past couple of weeks. And obviously we got to find ways to score points early, fast. We got to put drives together. But, we'll be better. But it's like I said, earlier today, it's better. It's better to come out with the victory and have to learn from those and be truthful with yourself with those rather than, having a loss and, having to, fix whatever the case was throughout that day. And so, I'm excited that we came out to win, but we got to get better.
Where does the poise come from? Time and time again, I see you come off the field, you go right to the bench, you and Coach Barrett look at the iPad, you go through the series or the previous drive, you go back out there and put it all on display. Where does that mindset and poise come from?
Yeah, I think it just comes from the preparation. I think it comes from the hard work, and I think it comes from that's the moment. And so when those moments come, it's time to step up to the plate and hit a home run. And so I think we do that as a collective. We got to keep doing that if that's what it takes. But like I said, we want to score points. The defense wants to hold them to the least amount of points. The special teams wants to create explosive plays for us. And so we got to find ways to keep doing that as a team. We got to find ways to be better, like I said. But when it comes down to winning games in those moments, I think we're doing a good job as a collective.
You guys faced a very good Giants defensive front. We know they have Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, a lot of guys that can make plays. Talk about the problems this defensive front presented you guys offensively today.
Yeah, I think that's they got some guys over there, and so just being able to be conscious of that myself throughout the whole game, not allowing those guys to be able to affect the game. Getting the ball out of my hands. Scrambling, trying to go get positive yards, make plays for the team. And so I think that was a conscious effort between play calling and myself, that making sure I'm not holding onto the ball and letting those guys create momentum for their team. And so, I think that's something that you have to be conscious of with those type of guys on the other side of the ball, and I think we did a good job with that today.
Last week you said you felt like Steph Curry on the game-winning play. This week you go 17 yards for the go-ahead score, the game winner. Talk about that play, and who did you feel like during that particular play?
The Steph Curry was more like for Colston of just go and get down, and then it turns into an oh yeah moment. And today was just another moment that I had to step up to the plate for the guys, whether it was completions, whether it was getting the ball out for the O line, whether it was just having a demeanor about myself of like I've said before, just being calm in those moments. I think it helps everybody. Not panicking and being the orchestrator in the huddle.
Last question. Talk about the confidence of this locker room. Last year, you guys have been in these moments before. You would have been on the other end of it. How confident are you guys right now, and how much is the belief in Coach Johnson right now?
Yeah, I back him all the way. We back him all the way. We have full belief in him, full faith in him and the coaching staff. And I think that's what shows when we go out there on game day and, we're down by 10, 14, whatever the case may be, 7-3 points. And, we have these game-winning drives, game-winning moments towards the end of the game. I think it's a collective. It's not just Coach Ben, but, a collective from all the coaches, the energy, the effort. And Coach said yesterday that it's going to take full 60 minutes for this game. And that's what it did. That's what happened.
Congratulations. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, J-Mac.
That was, again, you heard J-Mac's interview with Caleb Williams that we ran initially on the post-game show. But, of course, it was so good we figured we'd run it back for you, J-Mac, on the post with J-Mac and Pat the Designer. I am Jeff Meller. As we were catching up with some stuff around the league as well as we listened to Caleb, Pat just crossed your timeline there. You saw it. I saw it earlier, but you definitely caught you a little off guard, so I think it's worth noting. For the Lions, Dan Campbell admitted in the postgame that he took over play calling duties from John Morton today, and obviously the Lions handled the Commanders easily with a 44-22 win. They did have a huge outburst offensively as Jahmyr Gibbs started with 3 touchdowns and Jared Goff threw 3 of his own. And, I bring it up because obviously Ben Johnson was the one calling plays and pulling the strings for the for the Lions offensively. Now he does it for the Bears. But the Lions, they were in a little bit of a crisis mode, and they're changing it up.
That shocks me. I'm not going to lie to you because I get it. I guess, like, the performances haven't all been perfect this season. Last 2 weeks, they've only scored 24 points. Very not Lions-like with the weaponry that they have there. But, I mean, versus the Bengals, Versus the Bengals, you put up 37. Week before that, you put up 34. You put up 38 versus the Ravens if you're the Lions. You put up 52 versus the Bears. Like, I guess it has tapered off here.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great. That's why this Veterans
Day.
Day.
Shout out to Waddle. Hold
Slow
on.
down there, Tommy Waddle. We'll get to your
whoa.
Great Clips advertisement here momentarily, Tom Waddle.
All right, Waddle.
Take it easy.
Just try to jump in on that one.
He just wants to get,
I like Great Clips. I got a DIY haircut. Do it yourself. I love Great Clips.
You're in a different spot than some of us here, though, J-Mac. So. But no, like it's a little. I guess. Listen, you put up 17, 24, and 24 in 3 weeks in a row offensively.
Well, the Vikings defensively kind of handed it to him last week, and I think that was something that Dan Campbell probably was not too happy with, and that's why they needed to make the change this week. And so that's interesting. You'd be curious to see how long that carries forward. Is that something that Dan Campbell is going to continue to do all season long?
And is it
Obviously,
something Dan Campbell's really good at?
No,
I mean,
that's exactly,
today
you read my mind.
Dominated.
Because Dan Campbell's not somebody who I think necessarily of as, a schemer and is going to be an offensive play caller. I know, he loves going for it and being aggressive in those situations.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that's an interesting, play caller. It's something he did in the past. I believe with Miami, he did call plays. So it's not completely out of left field, but nevertheless,
It was shocking to hear. I think on the broadcast when I first got here to the station, I heard as they went for two, it was the first time they'd gone for two this season. It was very shocking to hear that. I was like, I got to double check that because, like, that is Lions offense. That is what they do, and maybe those are the reasons why they weren't being aggressive enough in those moments. And hopefully hopefully not actually, but maybe they've unlocked something over there.
Another big piece of news regarding NFC North foes. How about Jonathan Grenard, who left today's game? He's by far and away, I think, the Vikings' best pass rusher.
100%.
He left today's game with an injury, and I don't think word is good that he is going to return. In fact, I think it could be a pretty bad injury for Grenard, so the Bears could benefit because they obviously go to Minnesota to take on the Vikings, so that's a pretty big blow for the Vikings, J-Mac, and good news for the Bears if they don't have to worry about Grenard next week.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, Jess, too. Like, never good news with any injury in the NFL, but Jonathan Grenard is a presence on that defense, and there's so many big notable injuries in the league this year. It's crazy. Like it's something to be said about it. But yeah, I think with him not in the lineup, that defense is going to look different. We know that defense provides a variety of different fronts. They do a lot of different things. And it's going to be a challenge for the Bears. Tough place to play at a U.S. Bank Stadium. It gets loud in there. Yeah. I almost messed it up too, Jeff.
See, I almost incepted you from earlier in the show, J-Mac.
Yeah. Tough place to play, man. It's just going to be a good environment, a good NFC matchup. And, we'll see how real, our Bears are.
24-20 win for the Bears. We'll get you set for next week. One more segment to go. If you want to jump on in, do so quickly. 312-332-3776. Postgame show right here on your home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Whatever happens today, plan to conquer it with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. True North Convenience Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created with coffee beans from around the world. This brew is truly perfect for any time of the day. During October and November, enter for a chance to win free coffee for a year. Check the True Rewards app for details or find the mobile app in your favorite app store. Offer valid 10/7 through 12/1. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Save big money on your next big project at Menards. Brighten up your garage or workspace with a 15,000 lumen 4-panel LED light from GT Light. It lasts 30 times longer and is 18 times brighter than a standard bulb. Plus, its 4 adjustable panels allow you to shine light where you need it. Hurry into Menards and get GT Light LED utility light bulbs today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Postgame continues now. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
We are more than halfway through the NFL season for your Chicago Bears, and they're now 6-3, having won 6 of their last 7 games. And if you look ahead, now the schedule's going to be looks like it's going to be at least a little bit more difficult in the second half of the season as the Bears head to Minnesota next week, which we touched upon. They will play the Steelers following that game here at Soldier Field on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. They will be in Philly to take on the Eagles on the Amazon Prime game. Then they'll head to Lambeau Field to take on the Packers on December 7th. They get the Browns on December 14th. Then the Packers turn right back around a couple weeks later to play the Bears at Soldier Field. And then they will wrap up the season with 2 games, their final road game in San Francisco against the Niners, and then last game of the year, the Bears will host the Detroit Lions. A lot could be on the line in that game as both the Bears and Lions are 6-3 right now. So you look at it, gentlemen, 6-3. All you can say is the Bears have their own fates in their hands. Yeah. They own their own destiny. Go ahead and keep winning football games. And even though the schedule looks tough, you control your own fate and whether or not you're going to be a playoff participant. And honestly, halfway through the season, more than halfway through the season, that is not something we've been able to say over the last few years, J-Mac.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's the last few seasons we've been talking about the draft at this point.
You're right.
That's true, honestly, yeah.
I mean, we were talking about the draft this time last year. But, yeah, it's exciting. I mean, it's new. It's, even talking with Caleb, like, we've been on the opposite end of games like this. And it's awesome for me, just to see these guys, the excitement, the emotion that they exhibit on the sideline. I'm not there every day at practice. I'm not in that locker room. But, as a former player, I know what it takes. I know the preparation. I know the commitment and the detail and everything that you have to put into this just to win an NFL game. It's really hard to do so, no matter who you're playing, no matter what the record is. The opponent has the best of the best in the world at their respective positions as well. So it's good to see these guys, putting in the work, and now they're reaping the rewards for it. It's long overdue. So it's definitely exciting.
And it feels like as you look ahead, you've got the actual weaponry to go in there and fight back in some of these matchups, right? Defensively, I think that's the biggest concern right now for this team. But for most of the season, and I know it don't feel that way. I know when you look at the numbers, it's not going to say it. It's been pretty. But for most of the season, we haven't talked about this Bears defense giving up 40 points every single week. I mean, 20 this week to the Giants, 14 to the Saints, 24 to the Commanders, Raiders 24, 14 to the Cowboys, one of the biggest offenses in football. Like, I think that if your defense can be solid enough with all of the injuries that you've got right now, it truly feels like going into this Vikings game, going in versus Steelers, versus the Eagles, versus the Packers, you've got the offensive weaponry to be able to say, listen, even if you do get a little bit more over on us, or you do attack this defense a little bit more than we needed, than we expected you to, we can fight back. We've got Luther Burden. We've got Colston Loveland, Roma Dunay, all of these guys that can go out there and put up points right back with you. That's winning football in today's NFL.
No doubt about it. That's Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller along with Jason McKee. Getting set to wrap things up here. Let's take one final call before we close up shop, though. Frank is on the south side. Frankie, my man, what is going on?
Frank!
Hey, guys. Hey, I love the post-game show, but tell me how fragile this team is when wide receiver there could say something about it, and then that wide receiver get about 8 to 10 passes, and if DJ Moore don't get more involved, I don't see this team beating no playoff teams. And plus, we need some pass rush to even do anything on defense. The Giants wasn't a good team. I know I said a lot, but tell me how y'all feel, and thank y'all for taking my call, man.
I think this is the big thing. James Odunze spoke up on the perfect week. That's really what it comes down to me. I don't think that it's the James Odunze spoke up and Ben Johnson went in there and ran to the game plan and said, oh, we got to get Rome these targets. I think what happened was he spoke up on the perfect week where there's nobody on the Giants who can cover Rome. They have no DBs that match up well versus Rome, just like they have no DBs that match up very well versus Colston Loveland. Those are the two guys you saw get involved in this. I wouldn't say that it's fragile or that Ben Johnson caved or any of that. And that's to me, that's not a mindset that you've seen this team show in any way. Ben Johnson has wanted to get Roma Dunay involved every single week. Some weeks it works out, some weeks it doesn't. Just like with everybody else on this team. DJ Moore's had big weeks. Colston Loveland had the massive week last week. Like, it's going to be different. You've got a ton of mouths to feed, and you've got mouths to feed that are ready to eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if as the season continues to progress that someone like Luther Burden gets more opportunities to make plays. And I believe he's a dynamics playmaker, somebody who was he was a 5-star recruit at college, somebody who was basically the top wide receiver in his class. And I think the Bears, when all is said and done, I truly think they're going to be very happy that he fell to them in the second round. I think he's going to be a dynamic playmaker. Maybe it doesn't come to fruition by the end of this season, but I do think we're seeing glimpses of that. And DJ Moore, we know what he's capable of, J-Mac. He's been a really good, consistent receiver in this league. And honestly, I think the better that Rome, Colston, Burden all play, the more opportunities it will be for DJ Moore to, as Pat just mentioned, eat, because not as many people will be able to focus in on him as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's just about who the defense is trying to take away, and in terms of creating mismatches and matchups. And Ben was able to find ways to get Rome the ball. A lot of it was off of boot action, off of outside zones, sneaking Rome, out in the flat, easy completion for Caleb. You saw him also scheme him open in the middle of the field. So just a variety of ways. And each and every week, you can be somebody different with the amount of weapons they have on this offense.
That is Jason McKee. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer. Any final words, Pat, before we close it up?
Just so you feel good about it, Bears fans. Matthew Golden, 23 receptions this year, 262 yards, no tutties. Luther Burden, 16 receptions this year, 222 yards, 1 tutty.
There you go. And Golden was a first-round pick.
First-round pick.
All right. Thank you so much to Jake Santos and Kendra Smith for producing today. Bears beat the Lions 24-20. I'm sorry, they beat, the Giants.
There we go.
Talking a lot about the Lions. They get the Vikings next week, of course. We'll be back for it right here in your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
Bear down.